Antique Week on the track.
Many fantasies are being transformed into reality by modern science.
love you. P.O.P. all the time. Mama, I love you. P.O.P. all the time.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me now? I had to dip out and come back in. I am so sorry for this, everybody. Yo, this is going to be the crook. Oh my goodness. Everybody, let me know. Thumbs, something in the hat. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, brothers. Much love. Much love. We're just gonna get this right started. I mean, I gotta do something, man. I hope everybody's Friday was good. I hope everybody's Friday was good. As we go through the live stream tonight, I might be a little bit animated. Brothers, I'm going to drop the link. Sisters, I'm going to drop the link in a bit. We got some channel stuff to go through, a little bit of housekeeping, because, we're always trying to push the envelope forward over here. First things first, and because I y'all know me, I just keep it real. So I didn't realize that when you're tweaking stuff in YouTube, if you change a live stream that has been automated or uploaded or created through StreamYard, it disconnects the StreamYard from the actual episode. So while, I was going through the days this week, I was doing some tinkering in the background of YouTube, and I made some adjustments. So when I went to start the live, guess what wasn't connected? StreamYard. So I just had to literally hit the button to go live. So to those that are on the other side, those that are seeing us from TikTok, salute to you. To those that are watching on Twitch, salute to you. And to all the family that's coming through YouTube, salute to you. Honorable mention, M3. He said he'll be by when he can. He's in the midst of a Bible study, and y'all know there's nothing greater for a man than to be studying and to be reading and to get the word of God in you. It's not to make you conform to anything but God's will for your life. It's not about looking a certain way. It's not about dressing a certain way like everybody else. It's about you understanding first, you have a soul. Your soul has a creator. And fortunately and unfortunately, you are not the creator of that soul. So we just got to all understand that, and how we come to that revelation. God will, the great thing about understanding, if you understand the trueness of God, God will get to you. I do my best to remove he from that, because God is not a he. God is God. And so I'm very big on language like that. Salute to M3, salute to Intellectual Best, Mr. Best, Intellectual Soapbox, and the whole Intellectual Soapbox, Knowledge and Relationship family. To those that are just sitting in the back, wherever you are, salute to you on this Friday. In case you don't know, actually, let me not be rude. Dark Lake, my brother, salute to you. Salute to you, brother. I'm so glad to have you in the building tonight. And as we go through this, I'm kind of glad in one form or another that we're not doing the one hit or quitter tonight, because we might not also be as long as we usually would be. Salute to Brother Brishit in the house. Salute to you, brother. Thank you for always being a sounding board and letting us know what's going on in the building. And again, thank you to Dark Lake for being here and just letting us know if we are good or not. And my brother, Hoodie TMI, salute to you in the building. He's always been a silent supporter, and I'm glad to see him in the chat early tonight while we were doing the countdown. And I was trying something a little bit different. If y'all, as you come to know me, if you don't know that brother Conrad, you know what I mean? I'm a pianist, I'm an organist. I'm still learning. I got a lot to learn still about, but I would say I've come a long way from when I started. And so the Hamiltones is my favorite, is one of my favorite singing groups as a quartet, and as a trio. And Anthony Hamilton, I always love that deep soul voice. So is always most definitely, I had to get that out there. And not next week's live stream, but the week after. Next week we've got an announcement, and I need everybody to be tuned into next week. It's not about the title of the episode. It's about the expansion of the platform. We're going to be introducing some key things. Number one, if depending on what the episode is, we will already have certain words being defined. That is going to be something we're going to be doing new. The real VIPs, we're going to salute them as the real ones. Salute to Brother Vaughn Eric. Where's your faith in the building? Blessings to you, brother. Salute to having you in the building tonight. Y'all be so kind. Get the likes up as we come in. Share the link, get it to your family, get it to your friends. I believe this will be a good conversation. And like I said, as we go forth, before we get into the crux of tonight's topic, I will drop the link for anybody to come up and we can just have a healthy conversation. And if the ladies are lingering anywhere, please let us know that you're in the building, because when we drop the link, we definitely want your opinion. I know you all know me, I have strong opinions, but I'm also I stand on my foundation, but at the same time, I'm also open to having that dialogue, expanding my horizons. And as we say over here, we are what real people having real conversation about real things. And I believe this topic tonight, you don't get no more realer than that, especially in this day and time, and especially for our community, especially for men, not specifically just black men alone. I think men worldwide, we can talk about this, and definitely cultural settings have a big impact on it. So, but let's get the YouTube stuff out of the way. Yes, so we're going to be introducing the VIP, the real VIP. Well, I should say the VIPs. We're going to call them the real ones. And yeah, you guys will see a little bit of expansion coming that way. We're again, as I mentioned, and this is something that I really focused on in planning for the building of this platform and the team that I work with. We're going to be saluting and highlighting at least one black business every week. Now, to the other communities and other cultures and ethnicities that tune into this podcast platform here on YouTube, wherever you're listening from, I want to make something very clear. All of the other ethnicities and cultures that have migrated to North America, so that's United States, South America, Canada, okay, even the West Indies, and those who have migrated from the West Indies upwards into Canada, the United States. America can say that they have an aspect of a culture, and I'm not American, so I can't speak to that in its full context, but from my understanding, I believe that there is such thing as an American culture. Within Canada, it's more of a melting pot, and it's a combining of people and ethnicities. There's not really a Canadian culture outside of our vernacular or the way we talk, and our propensity to be nice. If you ask me as a native Canadian, born here, raised here my whole life, I would say that has slipped over the years, but that's another conversation for another day. And so when we talk about supporting black businesses and we talk about it from an American standpoint, especially the black community, I can see, and we can all see, that through many onslaughts over the years, even post-slavery, the black community hasn't really been able to get back to Black Wall Street, as in to say our dollar circulates 2 to 3 times before it even leaves our community once. And what I would like to do, whether it's a business in Canada, whether it's a virtual business in Canada, or a brick and mortar business in Canada, I want, especially if it's black owned, black run, black managed, I want to support it. I want to highlight it. And I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm doing this because this is what the community needs. I think enough of us as black people have pillaged and pimped our own community. And I'm not going to sit there and tell everybody to do what I'm doing if I'm not doing it first. And so I'm hoping that as we go forth and we put up these businesses and these other platforms, that whether we're partnered with them or not, that you all will reach out to them, and if they can support, if they can provide a service to you in your life and in your day-to-day movements, I pray that is able to be accomplished. And I'm not telling them to rake your pockets, but I'm also not going to tell you to look for a discount. If that's something that you can work out, that's between you and the business. I'm telling you to support the business. The same thing for independent artists who are, who are black. It doesn't mean that this is closed to any other ethnicity or any other community. I'm just making sure that everybody understands focal point. And so, Stan, salute to you being in the building. I know you're listening in the background. Blessings to you, sir. So yeah, any artists, black artists, black businesses, it's our endeavor over here to make sure that we are highlighting at least one business going a week. So that is going to be something that's going to be implemented. The goal is to have that up next week. Um, Expanding from there, getting back to making sure that you all know that on this platform, we meet every Saturday for prayer. At least we're supposed to. And last 2 or 3 Saturdays, I haven't done it. I've been taking time to make sure I'm spending time with the family because life is busy and there has to be that balance. I am not a full-time content creator, podcast host, and whatnot. Salute, sophisticated jerk, being in the building on this Friday night. Salute to you, brother. And guys, as you coming in regarding the topic, I will be dropping the link soon. As we get into this, I think I have a video for us to kind of listen to and react to. And or actually, I'm gonna have to upload it and get that so we get that going. So yeah, again, just Black businesses, Black arts, Black community. I really want to have be hyper focused, not by telling you to do it, but I want to lead by example, and we want to lead, I should say, over here. Because I'm not a monolith. I'm not the only man working on this team over here, and so we want to provide something that no matter where you are, you know where to find somebody, whether it's by email, and if we can't even. If we don't have a business, we might know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and we want to be the highway to get that out. I believe that's going to be important, and through the real over here, the black dollar will circulate 3 to 4 times before it lets out of our community, and so I really want to make sure that happens. The book of the day, I definitely did something that's near and dear to my heart because. I definitely want to make sure that we are not just giving our thoughts and opinions, but we are backing it up. We definitely, there's a partnership announcement that must be made as well. And so that's going to be all coming next week. I really need y'all to be in the building because some of these things, they've been a thought process. There've been a lot of work going on in the background, a lot of people doing a lot of hard work. And I'm really seeing the forward movement and the progression, and I'm proud of the team that we work with over here. And overall, again, as you guys see, I don't know if y'all see this, and there's some people I missed. Dark Lake, I missed you. Vaughn, Eric, I missed you, and there's still some people to get added. But you guys will notice, you know, if you know those wrenches. Those wrenches, okay? So I got people covered, and I want to make sure that people know that as this platform grows, immediately for right now, those who've been here since day one, they will have wrenches. Anybody I missed, I can acknowledge that I missed them. So I want to make sure that's clear that they are the mods. If they see anything disrespectful, they know what to do. You know, they know how yeah, Stan. Stan goes, I got one. Man, I love your energy, brother. I love your energy. And you know, definitely. So that's something I wanted to put out there. It's a little touch point. It's not nothing big, at least not yet. But I just wanted to make sure that I know who's been rocking out since day one, and I'm really appreciative of those people in more ways than one. And there's some overdue acknowledgments that are going to come next week, but I want to make it a thing. And then we got Mother's Day coming up. I feel that it's necessary to have a presentation about that. But as I said, yes, even including prayer on this platform, we will have prayer going forward from tomorrow at 7 p.m. Just an hour of prayer. You got a request, you come in, drop your request in the chat. If it's sensitive, I will not say it out loud, or I won't post it so everybody can see it. And they would have to be in the chat. That's the only way they can see it. Otherwise, from that, I won't repeat it. But we will pray over that together as brothers and sisters, because the family that does what? The family that prays together stays together. So that's imperative for me. Everybody that's in this chat right now, they're all family. Dark Lake, Sophisticated Jerk, Stanley. And I'm not talking about family by blood, but they've been a real good great support system for me. And you know, you don't get, whether they know it or not, they're an answer to a prayer that was made, you know, kind of when I was at a point where I was like, man, I don't even know if this journey's for me. And so that's definitely going to be important. But as we get that stuff out the way now, you're tuned into your boy Conrad on the Real Real podcast, where we are real people having real conversations about real things. And if you don't know where to find us, you can find us on Facebook. I got to count this down because I lose track and I repeat it every week. So we can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter or X, TikTok, Threads, Twitch, YouTube. We got 2 channels on YouTube. Yeah. And you know, if you listen to Apple Podcasts, if you listen to Spotify Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, Audacity, you know, we're there. How can you find us? At the real _SCE. That's at DAREALREEL_SCE. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow, and send the link. Share the link with a brother, sister, cousin, nephew, niece, whoever. We are a platform, as much as we are geared primarily towards men, giving men a safe place to heal, vent, talk, banter back and forth, maybe even get mad. But we good over here. And ladies, you are welcome. And I'm glad to be one of those platforms that I can say, as much as the men are outweigh the women in the subscribership, this platform was able to do something that a lot of platforms aren't able to do, which is retain 25 to 30% of the women that subscribe to this channel. All right. And for those of you, you know what the funny thing is, I used to hear this on other channels, but for those of you who are shadow watchers, you know, I never used to think that was a thing. I was like, yo, man, I'm not going to experience that. I'm so smooth, so small over here. Like, we ain't going to experience that. For those of you who are shadow watchers, you know, there's about 44% of y'all. Subscribe to the channel, man, please. You know, hit the like, please. You know, and you know what? We're gonna have. I'm you know, shout out to, again, paying homage to Chicago-rilla. He is the author of our slogan, "We are real people having real conversations about real things." Shout out to the Poor Man's Podcast, who is the author, originator, and the founder of the call to action hook, the HBO spell show, help a brother out. Might not be a big goal, but it's our goal. Salute to that man, and we gonna make sure that we pay them their homage and pay it forward, because if it wasn't for brothers like that, I don't know if at different times we would have been here. Salute. As we go forward tonight, the shadow watchers be hiding. That's all right. You know what I mean? It's all right. You know, you know what, you know what the funny thing is, Stan? I've come to understand that a lot of shadow watchers, they don't even know what to expect out of a platform, and they might not want that 100%, at least not full time, in their algorithm of what they're viewing. And you know what? I can respect that, because I mean, I'm a little different individually. My personal YouTube that I use to watch videos and get content from and get ideas from, there's things that I kind of watch and I'm not subscribed to, but the majority of things, if I'm subscribed to it, if I watch it on a repeat. I'm going to subscribe to that channel, unless they do something like get stupid. That's the only way I can say that. Yeah, so let me, before I drop the link, let me make sure that I'm uploading this video, so that way we can make sure we're focused in what we have to talk about. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. And so now I've got the video up. I'm going to drop the link for anybody, because like I said, we're not staying in here for a long time tonight. I really wanted time to chill out, eat some food. I haven't eaten dinner yet, and that's by my own choice. I got my cup of coffee. You know what I mean? Drink the coffee. It'll help you. Shout out to I can't even remember that brother's name, but I'll have to drop him a link too. But yeah, so as we go forward, tonight we are talking about, do we know the difference between dating and courting? As y'all come up, I'm gonna just say it straight. Like, there's some of us that are married, there's some of us that are divorced, and there's no bad or good answer. There's no wrong or right answer. Actually, no, that's a lie. There is a wrong answer in this kind of situation. But as we go through, and whether it's going to be me for the next little while or Peoples is going to come up, I'm cool either way, because y'all know I could sit here and do this for the next 2 hours. But I'm trying to do my best to make sure that for the viewers out there, that you don't have 2 hours of time, even if you're on your workout, that you have something quick you can listen to. It can be somewhat impactful or provoke a thought. And y'all know me. If we, as we go along, if we get to the place where we got to do a part 2, that's exactly what it's going to be. We're going to do a part 2. You figured to feel me. All right. So yeah, before we get into marriage, or maybe this is kind of off topic, but kind of deals with it in a way. Mr. Shannon Sharpe, and I know we wasn't going to do a one-hitter quitter, but I'm going to have to clip this and repackage it, and we'll go from there. Mr. Shannon Sharpe. Now, I was with the family. Okay. Salute to you, brother.
What's going on, man?
Not much. Okay, we got the brothers in the building.
Good,
we got the
Lake.
brothers in the
Hey,
building.
Sophisticated. Hey, Conrad.
Salute to you, brother. Yeah, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I can't stay long. I'm gonna let you, go through it, but I just wanted to show up to support, bro. Because you be like, on every other platform, bro. You be preaching. You be like really speaking from the soul. You feel me? So I'm like, let me see what he's gonna do on his show.
Yeah, man. You know what? I appreciate you coming through. I try to keep myself as contained as I possibly can be, but yeah, Sophisticated. He see me rock out with Toxic Tuesdays, and I just got to make sure that I get into a lane where I'm consistent. Admittedly, I haven't been as consistent as I want to be in supporting everybody else's platform, and I do apologize for that, because it is in my mind. So I just got to make sure I'm more consistent. And yo, I have my toxic moments, and I'll leave Toxic Tuesday to hold that. Sophisticated, what's good, brother?
Chilling, man, chilling.
Oh,
So
bro,
You have your toxic moments. Hey, I gotta tell you how good of a man Sophisticated Jerk is. Sophisticated Jerk has supported me in ways, and he has encouraged me. And if anybody was toxic, bro, it was me. So Sophisticated Jerk, like that's the thing about YouTube, is like the way that we connect. I really feel that, we've never met each other in person, but I kind of feel like it's a common ideal, or like, some sort of spiritual relation that we have, or maybe it's the energy that we can relate to from one another. And I'm just so happy to have come across some individuals like you two in this space. I just want to say that.
Nah, you
Man,
too, Dark Lake, man. You one of the intellects in this space. I told you that a long time ago, man. So I get excited, and you definitely you can see the change and stuff. So man, I'm seeing you cooking up on these panels, man. We glad to have you
sure.
back.
You need to send me that cube back there, bro, because I was looking at that online. That's cool, bro.
I'm gonna get you one. I'm gonna get y'all one, man.
Yeah,
bro. You know what the funny thing is, and I said this to when we were chopping it up in the back in the back chat the other night on over on intellectual soapbox and the crew and Melissa and everybody. And I was just like, it was funny because when I just started kind of popping up and getting introduced to the scene, I remember the first time, like my whole mindset was like, all y'all are professional debaters, so I gotta be on my P's and Q's or I'm gonna get cooked. And I remember the first time, I think I was on Ilkhan Ali's channel, and I saw Dark Lake pop up, and I was like, I just looked at the name, and I real talk, I shuddered. I was like, yo, please don't let me say. I was like, Conrad, don't say nothing stupid for this man to get at you. Don't say that. And then I saw the sophisticated jerk because like I tried to like see if I could get the personalities by the name. And then I was like, sophisticated jerk. I'm like, so what is he? He's a gentleman, but he'll slap me at the same time. I'm like, no, man. I was like, no, bro. I was like, no, these are some heavy hitters. These are some heavy hitters. I was like, oh no, I can't do this. So, and then it's funny, like I see everybody get to know everybody, and then it's just like, okay, they cool. They only throw bombs when they need to. Okay, we good.
Oh, so you
We good. And
noticed
then it just
that?
morphed into that. And
There we go. You noticed that? That's cool. Because in the past,
No,
I've never gotten
factuals,
that
bro.
benefit of the doubt, bro. Like, and the
Yeah,
thing
I
is,
think Dark Lake's misunderstood, man. But
oh,
I'm
thank
telling
you.
you, Dark Lake, I see you on that. Man, if you get back into space heavy, I see you on that debate stage on that like Destiny. What's the other
Wow.
white dude that be
Yo,
on there? Andrew
yo.
Wilson. Nah, for real, man. I'm dead serious. You're on that
Wow.
level, man. I
Y'all
think you need to
gotta-
tap in, man. I kid you not.
Well, the
one-
thing
Nice.
is, sophisticated. The thing is that and not just to make this about me. I want to get into the topic, but I used to challenge people who I thought were smarter than me. There's no
Yeah.
one that I have chosen to debate to debate who I didn't think, who I thought I could beat in a debate. And I feel like I was on that Goku-ish, bro, for a long time.
Yeah.
Always like, because sometimes I feel like, am I wrong for having this opinion? So I like to cross-reference with greater minds and see. And, there's been a mutual respect in a lot of ways, but in some ways, it's been like an intimidation factor. Like, who's this guy, Dark Lake? Let's destroy him. I've experienced that too. So I think that it's sort of like, you're a knight in a war. You got to take the wins and you got to take the losses, like further ourselves and challenge ourselves and not just take the easy route all the time. That has been like metaphorically what I've been trying to do in these spaces. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, yo, I got something special right now. Like I'm dumb because I didn't expect her to pop up. Wow. Holy, oh my days. Oh my days. Could y'all put your hands together? This is my sister from a different mister. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bring it to the stage for the first time.
What's good, Tasha?
Tasha Mack, what's going on, honey?
How you doing, Tasha?
You're muted. You might be muted. So that's the one thing you're gonna have to get used to StreamYard if you've never done that. Check your mic. Okay, no. We're gonna give her some time because it's not because it took me a minute to get. Hold on, let me see if I can. No, she's good. She's good on this side. So, Tasha, if you got headphones in, you might have to disconnect them because I heard you and then you chopped it. You pitched out. Don't worry, we're gonna chop it up. Don't worry, get it right and then come back. Get it right and come back. Don't worry. You got time. Yo, that is. Here's the reason why I'm so happy for her is because that is the mother of my goddaughters.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah.
bro.
So yeah, bro. So that's big. And then I got my brother all the way from Boston, Mr. Coach Chris in the building. I got a clip for him. And this funny thing is like, and again, like I said, I've learned so much things from different content creators and different platforms and this thing. So if you see me bite somebody else's move, you can just let them know that Conrad said thank you in advance. Because I'm always big on paying homage.
Did he freeze?
But
Is that me?
it might have been me. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, we good
I
though.
see.
But yeah, sophisticated. The funny thing is too. It's I don't know. You know what the thing is it's real humbling. As Dark Lake was talking about, like how either people would perceive him coming into the spaces and in terms of getting on platforms to debate and vice versa, because Oh, salute, blessings, and salute. Oh my goodness, everybody! Like, good golly, we haven't even connected. And a dating reset. I am. We'll talk. I owe you. We owe you guys an email. Salute, everybody. Salute. If you don't know, this is kind of something that's in the works, and I'm glad that they're here tonight, chilling out with us. Dating reset. They got the life coaching, they got the relationship coaching. So we're making these connections behind the scenes and connecting with other Black professionals who are in the space, who can definitely help to not balance out how we feel and what we think, and bring definitely some clarity with professionalism, with the expertise behind that. And I'm glad for y'all being in the building tonight. Definitely, I'll find you guys on YouTube and make sure to plug your channel, especially as we get ready for the expansion and the release of certain things that are going to happen next week. So we're glad to have you here in the building. Is Tasha still working on her Mac or her mic? She might be. She's gonna. That's one thing I've had to learn. Like, even like having AirPods. Like, I don't know why I did this. And I'm pretty sure it's also my son's fault, because this guy likes to actually grab my earpod out of my ear and throw it on the ground. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he broke it up. But like,
yeah, I think in her settings, like if she's on her computer, I don't know if she was on her phone or computer, but there you click settings on there, and it'll switch your AirPods or whatever you want.
Yeah, no, most definitely. But yeah, before we throw up this video, what do you guys think about this topic? Because, like, obviously, if anybody's been around spaces, or predominantly relationship spaces and entertainment spaces, we've been talking about relationships pretty much since the inception of Kevin Samuels, or the we say expansion of Kevin Samuels. And some people were introduced to these topics by way of Fresh and Fit, and the expansion of certain other red pill ideologies and podcasts like that. Then we have some of our sub creators, I would say, in the space. The Ilkhan Ali, This Might Be Risky, DJ Hamp. You've got some other wonderful brothers that joined their panels, from Mr. Let Go to the Angry Man. And the list goes on, right? And so, there's maybe a few main topics that have always kind of circled the community: men in leadership, gender roles, hypergamy, monogamy, polygamy, and then the aspect of how it's been rebranded, the partnership. And I want to build, and somebody needs to be my equal. But as we throw this topic out tonight, do we feel? How do you guys feel about that? Is there a clear understanding of the difference between dating and courting? What do you guys feel about that? Sophisticated, actually, Dark Lake.
Let's let Dark Lake, because I know he said he can't stay.
Yeah, he's on the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just about to say that. Thank you so much. I can add, and Conrad, I can add my 2 cents to the topic right now. But
Go ahead, bro.
I'm so sorry, bro. I have something to do. I can't react to the video you're gonna show, so I'm sorry about that. Next time though, right. Next time I'll be in my room, and then I can stream with you for a long time next time. But thank you so much for having me on the show. Appreciate it. So the topic is actually, I've had a lot of thoughts about this and conversations about this. The question you're asking is dating and courting, and do women know the difference, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the right way, like the way it has been, is a process, like a step-by-step process. Dating, courting, marriage, right? Okay.
Right.
So dating is being romantically involved with someone to get to know them. And then the next step is courting, which is being romantically involved with someone with the intention to marry, right? And then comes the marriage. Mm-hmm. And with the intention to marry part is extremely important, because the courting, intending to marry process is different from dating. That is more in depth, as in, I'm going to bring you around my family to see how you act and relate and get along with my extended family. I might have a business. I want you to see how you support me in that endeavor and what we're doing. Basically, courting is acclimating the woman who you were previously just dating into your world, into the aspects of your life right? To see how she acclimates to that,
Right.
right? In order for you to make the right decision to marry this woman. The thing about it is the question you ask, I
Right.
think, should be, and this is no disrespect to the question, but just a little deeper. I think that question should be posed to men of today's society, dating and courting, and do
Okay.
men know the
Okay.
difference? Because the thing about it is we're dealing with a type of mentality in society today where women don't have to care about the difference. Because in today's time, it's encouraged and it's pushed and it's propaganda to give women husband benefits during the dating phase. That's how you have a whole bunch of men. That's how you have a whole bunch of men paying for chicks' rent and they're just dating them and they're not married. Paying for their phone bills and they're just dating them and not married. They're getting husband benefits, right, just through the dating phase. And a lot of women today, not all, but a lot of women have this mentality of you can't afford this, you can't support me in this, then I'm not interested. That's the 5-star, restaurants, all that stuff. That's all in the dating phase, but that's supposed to be in the courting phase. But because that's how the Western world is and society is today, right? It's women have the luxury to not care about that question. They have the luxury to not care. And I'm not saying, oh, women are evil, but if you were given the husband benefits in the dating aspect of the process before you get to courting, why would you care? You're getting the benefits already, right? So I think that in order to turn things around, it's something that today's men really need to indulge upon and understand if they actually know the difference. Because if men know the difference, then they know what to give women and what to not give women at certain stages of dating and courting. But because I feel like a lot of men aren't encouraged to have that self-worth, aren't encouraged to go through that process and just give everything all up front, that's where the problem comes, in my opinion. So I think that is more important for men to understand the difference than women. Women don't have to. They're basically just going to accept anything that's given at any stage. And I don't blame them for that. It's an unfair situation, but that's how the dating market is today. So it's really up to us men to know the difference and to project the difference.
Hey,
That's my
Tasha,
thoughts.
rotate your screen. There you go. Bomb. That's perfect. And you know what the funny thing is? Unmute your mic. Let's do a check right quick. You good?
Good now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bomb. Salute.
Possibly just scoot a little closer to the mic. There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
How you doing, Tasha?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Tasha, that's Dark Lake, with one of the true brothers on this side of the sector of the YouTube. Very smart brother, very sound brother. We got the sophisticated jerk. So if we ever
Hello, how
need,
you doing?
military support, we ever need a drop ship, we know who to call out of the DMV. And we got him. Tasha, you know what I need to do? I need to get that stand-up comedian that said Jamaicans could never be the president of the United States because we're very hostile. And I said, but press this button. I need to get that one because I'm gonna have that button. I gotta press
The
that
White House
button,
would be
man.
smelling like jerk chicken. Stop playing, bro. And it'll be better for it. It'll be better for it, bro. Hey, you guys, I'm so sorry. I got to bounce, and I'm so sorry about that, Conrad. Hopefully what I said made sense. Maybe you guys can expound upon what I said. Hopefully it made sense. Tasha, really lovely meeting you. Sophisticated jerk. I'll keep in touch with you as always. And God bless the whole panel. Thank you so much, Conrad. Peace out, guys.
Blessings to you, brother. Be safe out there, man.
So you mind if I go ahead and jump on that? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, because I wanna actually give me 1 second. Tasha, I said tune in. I didn't think you were gonna come up on the panel. And you know what? I'm so glad. So, hey, all y'all other ladies, if you're shadow watching this right now, shame on you, because Tasha came home and hey, tell Big Bro I said happy birthday. Send him my love. and blessings to him. She was supposed to be just chilling. Like she's
I
been
know.
on the road, just came off of her brother's birthday, and now she out here on the panel like that. Yeah, I got to salute to that because you know what I mean. So you good though?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
All right, bless. We gonna double back. Sophisticated. What you got based on between the topic and what Dark Lake put down, kind of laid that foundation. I like how he put that because he gave us a couple branches that we can build off of. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually like what he said, man, because that's where I was gonna lay out. Like, it's definitely a process. Well, that's how it should be. Like I said, it's supposed to be, man. You date a little bit, and dating is just like, hey, you go out, get to know each other. Then courting is a little more intentional. That's where you're like, you got to be kind of marriage minded, or you want a serious relationship with somebody. So that has to be at the forefront of your mind. Where it's like, I'm looking for somebody for the right reasons. So it's like in dating, you're supposed to be asking them tough questions, getting to know somebody. But I think the issue, and this is where I differ a little bit, I'll say, from Dark Lake, because men definitely need to understand what courting is, because that is an issue. But I do think women need to understand what it is too, because from what I hear, like a lot of women, when they say they talk about courting, they think it's just one-sided, whereas it's like, hey, you're supposed to be kind of entertaining me and buying me shit. And it's like, no, you're supposed to actually be sitting there and sitting down and seeing if you guys actually align with each other. It's like, hey man, how do you view religion? If you're a religious person, how do you do holidays? How you interact with your family? How do you do finances? So it's all that deep stuff. That's what it's supposed to be. But people think it's like, no, you're supposed to kind of chase after me, spend money, and not do the important stuff. So I think both sides need to actually understand what courting is and the seriousness of it, and get to asking them tough questions. It's funny because I was just last week, man, my barber, I was going getting my haircut, and we were talking about dating and stuff and courting. And I told him, I was like, hey man, people need to just go and get that cup of coffee. He's like, oh no, man, I ain't trying to get no cup of coffee. I'm trying to go out and have fun with somebody and stuff. I can't just sit there. And I was like, see, that's the issue. Because I was like, man, you're supposed to be in a boring setting when you first meet somebody. And he was like, why? Because I was like, what's happening is people are going out and y'all are having fun. And that emotion is confusing everybody. Because you're taking that, like, say if you go to like Six Flags or something, like amusement park with somebody, you're like, man, I had fun. That's a good person, man. We have so much fun, and you're confusing the emotion. Because you're in a fun setting. So of course, you're going to start thinking like that person was just a good person and stuff. So that's why I was telling them, I was like, no, you need to be bored to see how they operate in a bored setting, if they could stay like that. Because if you're constantly just having fun, that's kind of the expectation sometimes people start having. So like I said, them emotions get confused because it's like, oh, I had such a great time with them. They're a good person. So and he kind of understood it after that. He was like, damn, I never thought about it like that. I'm like, yeah, that's what courting kind of was. It's like, man, you sat down, you have those like discussions, you see even meshed, and then if it don't, that's when you exit off. You don't try to like conform that person and try to change them and stuff, because a lot of times it's the attraction. It's like, all right, man, I like this person, but we don't align, but let me prolong this and see if they will adapt to my style. So you got two people pretty much trying to change each other, and then 2 to 3 years go by and don't work out, and you don't wasted all that time, and you probably don't miss the person you probably align with. So yeah, I think this is a good discussion, man, because I think people gotta get it right. Shout out to Jack. Jack, where you been? I think you're on mute.
I am on mute. My bad.
You was cooking though. Whatever you were saying, we just gonna roll with that.
We just gonna nod our heads.
It was eloquent.
In other words,
shout out to the homie Jack though. Jack, where you been, man?
The funny thing is, how long I've been waiting to see Jack on this side, and I gotta make sure I would definitely want to make him a mod over here. I remember. I don't remember. I can't remember exactly which panel it was, but I made a comment, and I knew it was like it wasn't based. It wasn't a base comment. It was just kind of like it was a little dumb comment, and he was just like, bro, like in other words, he was like, bro, what you saying? He was just in the comments, he was just like, what you saying, bro? I was just like, all right, cool. Like, yeah, you got it, Jack. Like, I'll let you. That it was like, and he was spitting facts too. But I like the way his mind works. So, Jack, salute to you, brother. I'm glad to see you over here. Hope it won't be the last time.
Jack, you need to get a channel, man.
Right? Because he'll drop a message, and when you pull it up, you're like, why aren't you? And I've heard people say that before, like, yo, Jack, pull up on the panel. So definitely, as we go along, Jack, I think the link's pretty much pinned. If you want to pop up. So Tasha, unmute yourself, or if I need to unmute you.
There we go.
There you go. You're good. Yo, so anytime if you need to pop off the camera and you need to just kind of like close the camera down, but you're staying in the chat, go ahead. Don't feel no way to do that. All right.
All right, no problem.
Bless. So, dating and courting. How do you feel about the topic? Do women know the difference? Do men know the difference? Are we off base? Where is our generation at right now?
I kind of wanted to branch off of what Sophisticated Jerk mentioned. I feel like both men and women need to know what dating and courting is. It becomes tricky when you get into the courting stage, because then you start to find out certain, I guess, pros and cons about that individual that you would like and you don't like.
Yeah.
And you have to figure out for yourself whether it's something that you can push past, something you can ignore, because everybody's going to come into a relationship with faults, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be perfect in a relationship. It's within one person as an individual to set your own boundaries. Like, okay, so this person has an addiction. You know what? It's an addiction that they can grow out of. We can work past it together. Some people are going to say like, oh, you have an addiction. That's something I can't help you with. That's something you have to deal with on your own. That's something I'm not going to settle for in this relationship. A lot of females take certain things and think they can change that within a person. And that's where it becomes messy, because then you stay within a relationship, females and males, you stay in the relationship thinking that you're going to help that person change, when really it's an individual thing. That person needs to change before getting into that relationship and courting and becoming serious to, look into a lifetime, marriage, kids.
Yeah. I'm a build off of what you just said, and then I'm gonna route that back to, well, it's on topic because it's a layer within it. My whole viewpoint on change, right, is if, especially within the context of a relationship that's at the courting stage, it's like, am I willing to change? And I've had to go through this in my marriage, right? And there's days when I still got to go through it. I'm not by any means perfect, and neither is my wife. But points when I've had to look at myself and say, okay, I've made a commitment, or I'm trying to uphold my commitment to this person. Am I willing to change for the betterment of her and the family? Because that's the next thing. If we make a change for somebody and we feel like they haven't even, open the little eye hole to say, okay, yeah, you did make that change, we can feel disrespected and kind of revert back. And you don't necessarily want that, right? So when we make the change, I think it does have to be towards that individual, whoever that partner is. But we definitely want to make sure that we have an understanding that it's better for the foundation going forward. As it relates to, and it's funny as we talk about this topic, because my mind immediately separates what any three of us could, and those who's in the chat, Dark Lake, everybody, what we could see and or experience in our everyday life versus what we see on social media. The problem with social media is it's very aggrandizing for an individual or individuals to hook a narrative and say, okay, and I'm just gonna put it like this, bluntly. When I go online and if I'm just skimming through Instagram or TikTok or is that the smallest one?
Yeah.
Oh, I love her so much. When you scroll through, you know, the algorithm is just throwing the foolishness at you. So you see a lot of, if he doesn't make this, he's not even worth my time. And if he's not coming with this, I'm not trying to raise no man and no full grown man and da, 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 da. And it's just like, okay, the more you say that you don't want that type of thing is the more that it's going to come to you. And that's the tricky part about kind of figuring out this aspect of dating and courting. To stick to the topic or where we're at in this conversation right now, to me, dating is the most frivolous part of any type of interaction. It is the roller coaster. It's like going to the amusement park and we got to leave the amusement park. I think it was Sophisticated Jerk who said it. It's like, you know, you got to be, or it's either Sophisticated or Dark Lake, one of the two. But like, you got to be somewhere boring in the sense to say that there's no climax tonight. Like it's a steady walk through, and you really get to hear this person's mind. You get to really see if a conversation is going to trigger them in a certain way to be able to say to kind of tell more about them than they're even seeing at the moment. Dating to me is very frivolous. Dating can be intentional, but it is still, even if it's intentional, it's still very frivolous. It's very entry level. And I've often said that for the average man or even the average woman out there, that they shouldn't, it's, I mean, unless they come from a certain journey and everybody has a different path, but I don't think it's healthy. Even looking back at my own life, I don't think it's the most healthiest for any man or woman to, start dating and start trying to dictate marriage terms in dating. Because then you may throw something up and that person may genuinely like what you're saying. And in the moment, because they like what you're saying, or you like what they're saying, you grab a hold of it. And like Tasha was just saying, it's like you haven't even really seen the realness. You haven't seen them at their worst. You definitely haven't seen them at their best. You haven't seen them on days when they're just like, yo, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to sit here and be a bump on a log. Like, I know I've been there. And it took me a little bit of learning that, okay, as you were going along, no, you gotta be consistent in what you said you were going to do. So to me, dating is very frivolous. Courting to me is like, it is the precipice of where now it's not even like a climax. It's a whole new chapter. It's a whole new level. And it's like you're actually boarding a plane to go somewhere else, except this time you're not coming back to dating. There's elements of dating that you take with you, but courting now is everything that we built while we're dating. The good, the bad, the ugly, the great, the laugh, the tears. We take that and that builds us up to where now, as a man, I'm looking at you saying, I can commit to you for the rest of my life. There's still some things we got to learn about each other at this courting level, and we got to go through at this courting level. But I think it's like, okay, I can make this commitment to you. Can you make this commitment to me? Because we still got to really figure that out. Like Tasha was saying, there's still some things at that next level that we still got to figure out. We still got to see about each other. I want to get to these comments real quick because this is the first time, one of the first major times I've really seen the comments popping like this while we're going off.
Can I just piggyback? Because there was something Tasha said, man, and I think
go ahead, man.
We need to highlight that because I like how she kind of pointed out, man. Both people are not perfect, and I think that's what's killing a lot of the courting and stuff. It's almost like everybody has themselves on a pedestal, and they're like kind of like you were saying too, Conrad, when you're like, oh, this person needs to have this, and they're firing off like all these demands and requirements and preferences.
Yep.
So a lot of people are just leading with preferences. So and they acted like they shit don't stink. So I think that I like what Tasha said. It's like, hey man, we all have imperfections. So it's just
Yeah.
kind of seeing, what you could kind of deal with, so that's the reality throughout the process, what you were describing. So my bad. I'll let you get some comments.
No. That's perfect. Like, I'm not trying to rush through the conversation. We family up here. We good. And
But after the comments, I do got a good question for y'all after that.
Yeah, no, that's good. Because you know what? That's why I love having you on the panels, or I love being in panels with you, because you always got a question. Sometimes I'll be sitting there chilling. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to kind of like listen, take in, respond, or listen and take in, and just kind of see what everybody else has to say and kind of learn. But like, I appreciate that. Let's see here. Okay, so dating reset said, well, first comment a little while ago, the tricky, this is tricky during the dating process. Many mistakes are made during that process.
I agree.
You know what? I'm gonna hold my question too. Jack said, on the topic, dating about hedonism and court. Dating about hedonism and courting is about building a community. I believe. I see that. Yeah, that hits right there. I'm gonna have to get like a little meme that is a finger snapping. I'm gonna have to give you that one. Definitely, Jack. I hear you on that. Actually, no. Where is it? Stan said that's courting. That's courting. Set environment for intimacy. No, most definitely. Man, y'all just be cooking from the chat, man.
Stan stupid.
Yo, I can't deal with Stan. I can't deal with Stan, man. Oh my gosh. Into me you see. Yo, I like that. We gotta make sure we cut that up and clip that, man. Oh my gosh. Into me you see. Okay. All right. Man sitting there at work with the stage. He's got the old sensei outfit on. And he's got the long beard. White beard.
He's pulling up.
Oh, is he pulling up?
Oh no, I thought you said he was in the back or something.
Oh, I thought he was pulling up.
I'll be learning a lot from Stan, a knowledgeable brother, man.
Oh, for sure. Jack said courting is about marriage and long-term compatibility. Dating is about short-term fun and sexual gratification. Today's people aren't built to court. Woo! Let's stop right there, because I think we've all touched on that in a way or form. Oh my goodness, Jack! Holy Moses! Good golly, Miss Molly! I'm on my 1970s Robin. Good golly gosh, Batman.
No, I like this comment, and this kind of builds out the question I was going to ask you guys, if you don't mind if I throw it at y'all.
Yeah, throw it at now, man. Go ahead.
Because I agree with Jack, and the question I was going to ask you guys: do you think we're too, selfish and like greedy to even court these days? Because I get what you're saying. Courting is definitely important, but do you think we're too like self-centered and self-absorbed to even court in this current environment?
I think social media plays a big part in that. You don't see examples of strong foundations in couples, in marriages. It's high divorce rates. It's I can do bad all by myself for the females out there. It's men is I don't need her. I can find any girl out there. And there's a lot of broken families out there. So it's become the norm, which is sad to say. So it's more dating and less courting out there. And then there's people who are courting with a person while they're still dating that person. And it kind of just goes awire after that.
You know what my thing is about Jack's comment and your question, and it actually hits me with something that I struggled with internally, and struggled with for a long time, and I thought I was over it. Like as I got engaged and then was getting married. But that short term fun and sexual gratification, and I've said this in maybe small ways at different times on different panels, but I actually regret the time that I wasted sexually, if that makes sense, because it was a barrier to have to work through, and in resetting my mentality towards being in a structured relationship. And the reason why I say that is because I mean, I'm 40, so anybody else who's in my age group, we know, like, from a guy's point of view, you growing up, like especially early 90s, like, okay, if a man had a little, Honda Civic hatchback, he had like a bachelor apartment, and he worked, and he was just finished college or high school, and he had like a warehouse job or worked at UPS in the shipping and receiving department. Um, even and this was big for me. Guys who worked at Foot Locker, like, was big for me. Like, those guys to me were like stars. Every one of them had like a Honda Civic. Every one of them had their own little apartment. So they had that agency of independency. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just like they were able to, I guess, carry their promiscuity and fund it, if that makes sense. And that kind of also gave the wrong perception to me personally, but to a lot of us younger guys, because we didn't connect the two. We didn't connect the responsibility of the job and paying for the bills as to, okay, he's taking care of life, so he can fund his activity. Whereas we were like, oh, we just want the activity, because that's all we heard. We bump in the barbershop, we bump on the block. It's like, yo, oh, bro, yo, you snagged her. Oh, da, 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 da. So as Tasha was saying about seeing healthy examples, the people that were married, the people that were in relationships, we didn't see those at nauseum. We didn't see those at large, right? It's like not until you watch like a little Tyler Perry movie or The Brothers or The Best Man, you might see, aspects of relationship concepts in those movies that make you kind of think, okay, could that be for me? But I can say I wasted a lot of time trying to prioritize short-term fun and gratification, where I wish I would I really do wish, whether I had a mentor, somebody who was older than me, that could have said, okay, like, young man, you got to rein it in, because while you're racking up a good, receipt or resume over here, you're lacking in these fundamental areas, and it's not going to make you long-term compatible with somebody, right? Even if you do make it to marriage, even if you do make it to engagement and you go through all of that, you're going to have certain issues at certain times when it needs you to be stable, when you need to be grounded and rooted and mature, for a lack of just being long-winded. You're going to have that maturity to kind of ground you out, so you can have an understanding of how to flex and support, your spouse, your person. So at certain times, even within my marriage, I had to play catch up, and sometimes I still do play catch up in certain areas, because there's a lack of development. And that's how I look at courtship. Courtship should require, as Jack was saying, and as kind of like we've all said in different points, it's like it should require that maturity from you, and it's necessary to kind of have those certain things. You might not be perfect, and nobody has to be perfect, or nobody is going to be perfect, but there's just certain things that you should have a good foundation on, I believe. And there's certain things you got to either get out of your system before you get to that part. And by system, I mean just kind of like, again, reshaping your mind. I heard a click somewhere. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't know if I'm just hearing stuff. I'm getting old. You got to forgive me. Okay, no, we good.
I was going to ask you, Conrad, do you think
ahead.
if you would have had that mentor when you was younger, you would even listen? Because me being honest, I had people that, sat me on the side, but also I had, the people like the hustlers around me, and I was just like, I'm going over there to get the money and the women. What I'm saying? So I wanted to listen, even in that case, So I was just curious if you would have actually listened. If you had that mentorship.
Transparently, I would have, because Phil, remember how we always like we snap, like, I don't know if some people really think I'm joking about that. I'm not gonna necessarily speak for you, but like, when I say I was a hobosexual, bro, like I was a hobosexual. Yo, man, like I'm not, and this isn't like, it's not even like, oh, dun, 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 look at me. Nah, it's not one of those. It's not a proud moment. Like I was an actual real hobosexual. So it's just like, I definitely would have listened, because the circumstances of my promiscuity were also tied to my lack in foundational principle as well. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's good. Like when people see me now and they're like, okay, yo, Conrad, Conrad, you're doing good. Conrad, you're better than who you were yesterday. Yo, there's some days now where I'm just like, bro, thank you. But like, it's still not good enough. I still got to be better. I still got to mature and elevate past. So I know for me, I was actually yearning.
Oh, okay.
I was passing time hanging out with all the females that I was hanging out with, and being as promiscuous as I was, right? But if I could tell the truth and be transparent, there's a lot of times when, okay, the situation is done and I'm leaving, and I'm like, yo, what the hell did I just wasted 45 minutes of my time. I just wasted an hour of my time. I could be working overnight at the shipping and warehouse receiving plant, making X amount of dollars. And the thing is that after a certain time, I was actually stuck in the vice, because I wanted to shift, but at the same time, I didn't feel uncomfortable enough skylarking, as we Jamaicans would say, and just playing about. I wasn't totally uncomfortable in that. I was never totally uncomfortable in that. I was only uncomfortable in certain moments when I needed something that I should have been able to provide myself, which is either an actual place to lay my head, money for food, money to go do my laundry. You know what I mean? Some of those fundamental things that, like, at the end of the day, that short-term fun and that short-term sexual gratification, it takes more from you. As they say, you can't get time back. Time is one commodity you can't back. Is true. So I definitely look at it. Before we go on, I just want to read this one comment, and then everybody else that's putting comments, just keep going on. We're going to get to them. Historically, people who courted didn't have physical or sexual intimacy until marriage. Courting is about cutting out the distractions and vet for values, principles, and character. I solemnly agree. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? You know what I mean? This is what I'll be saying. Jack is he's a gem, yo. He's literally the diamond that is. Yeah, I don't know if anybody ever seen the movie Blood Diamond.
Yeah.
And when they got to jail, and the guy goes, Solomon Vandy.
But based on Jack's, because I agree, man. And with courting, it was like a very traditional process.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think most people could actually do courting based on like what Jack was saying, like no intimacy until marriage? Because based on his definition, I'm dating. I'm out the courting market.
I have to be honest with myself. It's like, when you ever heard certain women on panels say, oh, these guys who get rich and, they get well off and they become the CEOs of companies, these guys were the nerds that were getting this back in the day. And now they feel like they can reject you now that they're up, because like, you're not on their level. And they kind of go like, that was kind of my thing. I was the nerd back in the day. And if it wasn't for getting like either dealing with family situations that kind of just hurt me and I ran to the streets, or I got hurt in the streets while in the streets, bro, I all day, I was more of a courting person than a dating person. And if I was a dating person, I just wanted to date one person. It's because I got hurt. Why? Tasha, what you got on that?
Honestly, Jack kind of just summed it up. Like, there's not really much to pinpoint on that. I agree.
Okay.
But Conrad, I'm a little disappointed in you, though, man. It sounds like you was a little disappointed with the homosexual phase that you went through. See, mine, that was like the best time of my life. No, I'm joking.
Yo,
No. I was getting pampered out there. Conrad, don't ever neglect your homosexual phase like that.
Listen.
That built character.
Okay. Bro, there's times of it that I definitely enjoyed. Like, you've heard some of the stories that I've gone and told out. Like, you know what I mean? There was days when I was literally, you know what I mean? Like, I was sitting there like, okay, like, we good. Like, I'm killing it. I'm doing the do. There was definitely days when I was doing the do. But like, overall, bro, when I say like, oh my days, hold on, I gotta hit it. Y'all know, I'm glad I put this doorbell on. You know, I'm glad I put this doorbell on. I'm glad I put the doorbell on. Everybody's like, yo, what are you talking about?
84.
Salute to the family, baby. We in the building. What up?
Good? What's good?
Salute,
Yeah.
salute.
What up? OG, what up?
What's going on, my G?
Yeah.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
hold on.
I'm chilling.
Hey, family, we got another visitor. He's not online. Come here, Papa. Step over. Big step. Yeah, there you go. Big step. Come here. Sorry, guys. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Oh man, I'll be back. Y'all be back.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
What's this?
Look, what's that? That's the mic, bro.
Ooh.
Hold on. Look. Isn't that Auntie Tasha? You see Auntie Tasha?
Hi.
Your auntie kisses. All right. You gonna go to bed now? You going to bed now? Okay. All right. I'll come see you in a bit, okay?
He look just like you, man.
Bro, this guy is my little champ, bro. He's my little champ. Big step over.
Make sure you court when you get older.
Hey, I'm gonna give you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna help you with this cord. Hey, guess who's online? Oh, she told you? Oh, okay.
Hey, Rika.
Did you hear Missy in the background? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a family affair tonight. Okay, I know Intellectual said that he'll be back in a bit, so I'm cool with that. Yeah, man, thank you for that. You know, like he's definitely a blessing. And this is why I said, like, if I could kind of use him as the example, I wanted to have him a lot earlier in my life. I'm dead serious with you. I've never been, and that's a lot to do with my upbringing and what I saw at my house with my mom being a single mother and kind of going through her dating phase while she's a single mother. I hated that as a son. It kind of left me with some scars, and I don't think those are indicative of any single mom in the world, but that was just me and my situation. I grew up naturally wanting to have a family. And especially, like, again, when we talk about the shows that we did watch back then in the 90s, right? You know, you got Family Matters. You got, Fresh Prince before you knew the drama of Will Smith. Even though I was fully aware that, and I heard somebody say this on the panel that they referenced him. I think it was Chocolate Earth when we were on the panel on Wednesday night. And she said that, at one point, everybody wanted to be Will and Jada. Not me. Okay. Man joined Brokeback Mountain to break into Hollywood. That's number one. Him and Quincy Jones. I am not letting that go. And that is not allegedly, that's out there just because we ain't got no tape from the 90s because gonna look like burnt sunfire. Doesn't mean it's not true. And then number two, what was the other thing? His agent, Will's agent at the time, told him not to date Jada Pinkett. And for everything that has come out about them, I would like to say that Will owes that agent over $100 million.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. Like, if you can see that far into my future, I'm like, Will, you don't even, hey, Will, I have nothing against you, bro. Everybody goes through their down moments, and Jesus rode the donkey to Jerusalem, but in your case, the donkey rode you to somewhere. It wasn't Jerusalem. The donkey rode you. And it's unfortunate, but you're still a great guy. You're still a great actor. You put down the Diddy oil, and do it the right way, man. Do it the right way. That's all I can say. Will Smith, I love you. As I was saying, the talk phase will determine whether you should go on the first date. The first date, many skip the talking phase and they exchange I'm assuming they're saying in the nuptials. Oh my gosh, you guys have been.
It finishes off into like the next comment. I think.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Rush is in the building. Salute, Rush.
What's good,
Salute,
Rush?
brother. He is in the building. Guys, I am so sorry. Oh, snap. Chocolate Earth is in the building. Salute, family. Oh my good golly gosh. Jesus. All right. Okay. And somebody just pulled up. Rush is in the building. Salute,
good,
brother.
Rush.
Yo, what's good, fam? How you?
Yo, we good, bro. Good. We good.
Man, I just got home from work.
Okay, bro. Okay. That's what it is. It's the grind, man. It's the grind. It's a family affair tonight. I got my sister from a different mister in the building, Miss Tasha Mack. And she in the building. You missed the little man. He came through and said, "What's up, everybody?" It's funny. As Sophisticated, just before we get back on topic, so we were like, we really like to say to him, he better court. He better get to courting. No dating for him. So when he was younger, bro, I wish I had caught this on video just so I could play it now. So like, this guy came out. Once he hit like, I want to say a solid like 5 months, bro. He was steady, like not even just getting attention. He was gunning for attention. My man was a hunter. Okay. So when before my daughter passed, she used to have a physical therapist that came through like every Wednesday and whatever to kind of like help her with doing exercises to get like her joints working and stuff like that and keep them limb and keep them mobile. And this guy sees her, you know what I mean? No teeth, diaper full of mess. He sees the lady walk in and he's breaking his head with his no gum smile. Bro, I'm sitting there and I'm like, yo, I was like, Miss, look at this. Miss, look at this. And then she's like, what? I was like, look at your son on the couch. She's like, oh, he's so cute. I'm like, no, we can't let him do this. She's like, what? Could you believe this lady? So she passed him. This man repositioned himself. And she's like, oh my God, he's so. As soon as she did that, beer smiles. This went on for about all the way up until he was about 10 months. So now we're in the mall. This guy's getting beer attention from Beer Woman. He's walking up and down. He's, oh my God, he's so cute. Da, 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 da. So we're in the mall with my wife. We're all three of us in the mall and we're cashing out. And I'm throwing him up in the air, like, first son. So I'm just stupid giddy. I'm throwing him. I'm like launching him like 8 feet in the air, like just straight up. Like we good. We got insurance. We're good. I'm launching, and I catch him, and everybody's like, "Whoa!" This lady looks at me. She's like, "This is why fathers shouldn't be allowed to have their babies. You can have them when they're kids." And I got so offended. And she tried to talk to him, and I literally right in front of her, I said, look, from now on, remember that scene out of American Gangster when Denzel was like, From now on, don't nobody talk to me directly. You talk to Huey. Huey, you come to me. You got that? Yo, that was the exact scene I went for. I was like, look, bro, when we in public no more, you don't give no random females this attention. Okay? You look at daddy. If I give you the head nod, then you can say, you can smile and smile your head off. You got me? Man just looked at me. It's all right. So then she tried to start talking to him. She's like, oh, you're so cute. My man looked at me. I said, nope. He just looked at her and just like went about his business. I was like, okay, my dude. I was like, you got it. So trust me, he's gonna be on the courting tip. He is gonna be on the courting tip. He's already been on that tip. He understands it full well and he puts it into full practice. If it's not a woman like Auntie Tasha, if it's not one of the men them where he knows I'm gonna be like, okay, he's a ninja. This man, Jerk, I'm gonna probably send him out to you, get some mercenary training. Straight goods. Straight goods.
Chat,
Gotta get him.
let me know if y'all think Conrad was hating on his son out there, getting them compliments. You done broke my man's spirit and stuff, man. What you doing, Conrad?
Yo,
let him live, man. They admiring the beauty and stuff. You out here just we gotta talk about this behind the scenes, Conrad. No, I'm playing with you.
Bro, how you gonna put me in the X-Files like that, bro? Man.
You got a militant now. That's
not
good.
at all, man. Conrad's teaching him to stay sucker free.
You know what I
sucker
mean?
free
That's
the campaign.
Yo, that's what it is. I gotta teach him how to stay sucker free, get a compliment and get locked up, Shannon Sharp. I mean, sorry about that, my bad.
Nah, you're doing the right thing, man.
Yo, bro. Oh my days. Okay, let's Rush, before we get you in, we gotta get back on track, but I wanna Stan's going off too. Oh my gosh. Let's get caught up on some of these comments. We won't get caught up on everybody's comment. Chocolate Earth says salute to everybody. Chocolate Earth said you can I'm gonna post this. You can what she say? You can have both going on at the same time. There's always options in a little bit. Pull from both definitions. Okay, so she's saying basically you can pull from both sides. I do agree, but whether or not the person's able to balance that is a different story, in my opinion. What do y'all think? Do y'all think that there's, most people are? Well, I mean, we didn't even really finish whether most people can actually court nowadays. Rush, I'm gonna flip that question from Jerk to you. Do you think most men and women, but most people can't even court nowadays, or are we just kind of stuck? I wouldn't even call it dating. It's kind of like speed carousel. What do you think, Rush? Are people fitted for courting nowadays, or are they just stuck in dating?
Well, to the modern day people that's dating, courting is pretty much tricking. I mean, so it's like the only way that most female will reciprocate with a dude is if he call for bread. Now that's if the dude is a sucker and a simp. Now if the dude is that nigga, nah, he ain't gotta deal with the BS that comes with the quote unquote getting hit with the female's PR. Cause a lot of these chicks, they hit you with the PR joint, you know what I mean? And when they hit you with that PR joint, they trying to front like they're not ready to get their backs broken in, but they down for that, man, for the right dude. You know what I mean? That's if you that nigga. You know what I mean? So to answer your question, nah, man, courting is totally different from the day and age that we came from. You know what I mean? Like, back then, people like our parents, they did things, the right way. You know what I mean? They was righteous and they somewhat had some level of honor, but today's day and age is like, there's no honor. It's based on like, what can I get out of you? You know what I mean? And that's the quote unquote courting for today's day and age. You know what I mean? That's why I'm out here, letting these young niggas know that, stay sucker free. You know what I mean?
Yo, can we salute Be Love? My goodness.
Be Love.
Be Love, what's up? Salute to you. I'm trying to get through these chats, and you know what the funny thing is? I don't know how. You know what the funny thing is? Well, I mean, we could chop this up in the back for a little while after we get through this, but salute to you coming through. Jack said, "Be love in the house." What up, hater? Yo, Jack. Oh man. This is to your homosexual comment where this says the best time of his life. Yo, Lee. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. We're caught up. Stan had the last comment. He said they hooking up, tricking, and anchoring. Jeez. Okay. Well, I was gonna hit Tasha, so I'll wait till she readjusts. And I'm glad she's here because my whole thought process on this too is just like as we've talked about certain kind of pitfalls, we've talked about things that maybe people might ignore, and then after this comment, I'm gonna get the video up and we'll get everybody's reaction on that. But Tasha, as a woman, what do you see from the female perspective in terms of like women's mentality towards dating or even courting? Do they think that courting is a viable option? It's something that they can look forward to. Like, what are your thoughts on the aspect of, one, can women balance dating and courting or take things learned from both stages and balance them for a healthy relationship? Number one. And number two, what does the female perspective look like from your observation, both directly and anecdotally for the other women that are around you? Is courting something that is viable for the modern day woman? And you're muted. I just want to let you know.
All right. That's a mouthful right there. From a woman's perspective, in this day and age, I feel like females mix the two, dating and courting. They mix the two to the point where they're trying to be on the same playing field as men, in the sense of I can have any dude out here. They do see a lot of females aim for courting and having a family and marriage, but they want to have their fun first. Not gonna lie. That's talking from friends, that's talking from social media. Then there's also females that they're not interested in the fun and games. They just want to get straight into getting serious, courting with an individual. And
sorry, Rush, if you can hear me, pop back up. My bad, homie.
And get to that end goal of marriage. And then when they get into the marriage, find out what the next step is after marriage. Because once you're in marriage, it's not done there. There's still more work to be done. And it really depends on the female, where they're at in life. Their mindset changes. I tell people every decade, your thought on what a relationship is will change every decade. It's never going to stay the same. I can't even say a decade, maybe every 5 years. Your perception of what you want in a relationship will change.
Right.
That's because of who you're interacting with, what you like and dislike in an individual, what you will put up with, what you won't put up with. So yeah, it's really, at the end of the day, where that female is at that point in time in their life, and where their mindset is. So
okay.
yeah.
Okay. No, that actually, thank you for saying that. And I thank you for being here to kind of give that woman's perspective. I agree with certain aspects that you were saying, because basically, like even in just like my personal thoughts, as we were kind of preparing for tonight over the course of the week, and the month, because I've had to prepare for this, but I was just like, I've never understood what, and I just want to be clear by saying this to any woman, and it doesn't mean that you have to listen to me. It doesn't mean that I'm taking it as I'm your judge. I'm just letting you know it is not good to embody the worst toxic traits of a man, especially promiscuity. Right? Like, there's guys that have had really great experiences, and they've never had a bad experience in being promiscuous and, knocking down and playing the game and playing the field. Great. Unfortunately, transparently, I'm not one of those guys. I can actually say, if I had stopped around a certain number, I might have been okay. Especially as I was getting to the place where I was like, yo, I'm tired of these breakup to makeup situations. I only wanted one woman, been ready to kind of lock down so I could move on with the rest of my life. It didn't turn out that way. So I was like, okay, I'm going to just shut up and I'm going to lock down shop until I see the one that I can actually commit to. Not necessarily saying I'm perfect, but I have the mindset and the foundation enough to go to where I need to get to. Or at least I thought for the most part I did. Anyways. But B-Love said, modern dating is a joke. I believe in friendships evolving that way. I believe in friendships evolving that way. I genuinely know the person. People have too many motives these days. I don't like superficiality at all. You know what? I'm gonna salute that.
That's crazy.
Yo, can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Yo, here's the thing, man. Like, just like you were saying, like a female can't move in the same wavelength as a dude when it comes to being promiscuous. You know what I mean? A lot of times, and this is like a scientific fact. Like, yo, whenever a chick has multiple partners, and especially if she goes in raw with the dude with her multiple partners, there's remnants of semen that remains within her brainstem. You know what I mean? And this is from a biological perspective. You know what I mean? And on top of that, the dudes that, the most females that want to link up, the top 5%, the top 10%, they take your body count for consideration. You know what I mean? Like, yo, if you've been, passed around and, you got like 100 bodies under your belt, that's definitely a bad look with the dude that's a top 5 or 10%er. And those are the type of dudes that most chicks will gravitate towards. So the dude, the ballers, the scammers, and the dude that's chiseled up. Yeah, you know I mean, the dude that's caked out, the dudes that got the mouthpiece and the bread. I mean, yo, they have countless ends of opportunities to smash incredible, attractive biddies. Know what I mean? So if you don't have that good quote unquote body count, you know what I mean? No respectable dude is gonna wife up that chick because automatically he's gonna think, yo, shorty is for the streets. Talk to me.
Man, say talk to me. Chocolate Earth. Hold on, let me give you a proper introduction, because this is the first time. Don't shake your head at me. Don't shake your head at me. You can't do that. Not over here. You got to get the proper introduction. Trust me, Sophisticated Jerk has been around me long enough. He knows how I come with these intros, especially when it's the first time or the first time or the first time. So, Queen, you gonna get this work respectfully. Can we hit it one more time? Can we hit it 3 times? Bring it to the stage for the first time on this side of the space of YouTube. She is not a stranger to me, and she may be new to others. This is a queen in her own right. I got the one and only, and we salute her in all grandiloquence of God's power to create humanity. Chocolate Earth Foundation. How you feeling? We salute you.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Gracias.
Yeah, salute, mama. How you doing?
I'm good. How y'all doing? Hey, Tasha, you looking beautiful. Hello,
Hello,
Mr. Jerk. I
hello.
just like saying that.
What's going
I'm
on?
new to you, Mr. Rush. Nice to meet you. Yes, be love. It's been a minute. It's been
I
a
can't
minute.
deal with
Okay,
you.
but
I
anywho.
cannot deal with you.
Oh,
I can't deal with you. I
So
can't deal
chocolate
okay, I'm
with
was
you.
sorry,
Rush
baby.
cooking? Was
Yeah,
Rush up here cooking?
thank you, Jerk.
Was my brother Rush up here spitting gospel?
Are you okay? So I was
I mute my
listening
mic.
as I came.
Hold on. Let me pull a Smitty. My mic is
Oh,
muted.
don't
I
you do?
digress.
I
Where chocolate go? Chocolate, what you doing?
Chocolate, what happened? Unmute
Oh,
your
you're on
mic.
mute, chocolate. Oh, okay.
Chocolate, unmute your mic. Thank you. All right, now you're
I'm
good.
good.
Thank
I
you.
had to. It looked like I didn't have anything on, so I was trying to. I didn't want to be
Oh, fix up.
indecent.
He was trying to
Yes, thank
readjust. Okay.
you. Yeah, that's all. That's all. I ain't
She,
running.
she,
Hey, can you turn it down just a little bit? Just a little.
yeah.
Okay.
Our
So,
brother Rush, he was spitting some heat.
Yes,
So was Rush
he
cooking?
really was. It was like Dylon type fire. That's what I was getting.
Okay, okay.
You know, that I think is an interesting take on when we talk about the definition of dating and courting, which is great, but I don't know if we understand each other enough when we're still holding on to things like body count and utilizing that as a measurement for a good or bad mate,
okay.
when we know that our society encourages men to sleep around, and I'm supposed to take you as you are and not bother you or harass you about your past, but yet I have to be sent through, the CIA, because no respectable man would want a woman who has any experience. I was a little taken aback by that. I find that I'm surprised to hear it. I guess I didn't realize it was still out here. Um and the reason I say that in the perspective of, if you go into a relationship with the wrong type of expectations, this is what you'll continue to turn out, because you're not being honest with yourself, you're not being honest with the person that you're with. Because I hear about body count and soul ties, but not, is she sincere, is he a giver? Do you think if you got sick, and this ain't to prove it to no public, I'm talking about how that person makes you feel about you when y'all together, and sometimes even when you're not. And I think we're still stuck behind a really big mountain of lack of expressing emotions to each other, and not utilizing the, oh, if I see him cry, it's gonna be weak. Oh, all she gonna do is yell. If we're not coming in with the intent to be a part of somebody's brain as well as their spirit, then yeah, you're gonna keep that friction. You're gonna keep it. Um, because people get married for many, many reasons, or stay in relationships for many, many reasons. And s- you know, I don't think it's intimacy is as important as it's thrown out to be. Because if it was, I don't think we would have the complaints that
Say
we
that.
do. So I leave it there. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you very much.
May I interject, comrade?
You're on mute, Conrad.
I digress. My mic is unmuted now. Rush, let me give me 1 second. I'll get you in a second. Now, you see what has just happened here tonight? YouTube, I want you to see this. Okay? We've got black kings, we got black queens, decorum, peace and love, building. Because you can't get to solution if we don't identify the things that we may even hold on to that is not conducive to forward movement. And that's on both sides of the track. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here thus far. Heads up, within about 20 minutes, we're going to lock it down because I didn't expect this to go this long. And I'm trying to do my best to not get into like the 2.5 hour mark. Y'all know me, I'm long-winded. I could do that by myself. So I'm gonna rush. I'm coming to you, and then we're gonna get to these 2 videos to react to them, get people's thoughts, and then we're gonna go around and we'll take it from there. Very quickly, if y'all shadow watching, if there's any ladies shadow watching, I need you to subscribe. I need you to like. I need you to share. I need you to bring your niece in. I need you to bring your daughter in. I need you to bring your grandmama in, your great grandmama, the mama you don't like, and the mama you love. Your next door neighbor mama, bring her in too. This is a safe space for y'all. You're not going to be attacked. You are valued. I just want to let you know that from the real as the host. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. And despite what you may think, what we are all saying here is ultimately, well, I'm taking this in a different direction. What I'm saying here is there is no forward movement without community. You can't have community with one specific group of people. Men need women, women need men. But we both need to get on the same page, and that's what these conversations are doing. And we will get to a solution, or we will find the steps to the solution before we close off tonight. So I just wanted to put that out there. Again, this is the Real Podcast. Get the likes, get the shares up. If you have a question to ask anybody on the panel, make sure you put it up in the chat. Chat, you've been so wonderful tonight. Thank you for being here. Yes. As Brother Rishit said, yeah, this is fire. The show is hot tonight. You know what? And it's not without family. That's the one thing I really was hoping for. And I'm glad to see that it's family here. It's love here. It's peace. We got the brothers. We got the kings. We got the queens. We got the sisters. It is a good night. It's a good show. Rush.
Staying in the back.
Is he in the back?
Yeah, I think I see this comment or something.
Oh, yeah. I need to get a louder doorbell for this. Stan! Oh my God. Y'all don't even know. I actually get happy when I see Stan smile, yo. Like, real talk. I'm glad I don't have bad days around Stan, because I'd be upset at the fact that he smiles at me. It makes me these bad days want to go away. I know my wife does that for me, but like, you know, brothers to brothers, you know what I mean? Pause. But yo, let me bring this brother to the stage. I'm gonna have to develop like a wicked intro for this guy. We got my brother Stan, Big Stan, coming live to you with the biggest, brightest smile that is healing the nation and YouTube the world over. Salute to you, brother Stan. How are you doing?
Thank you. And this is why you should not block your son from his gifts. Because that's how I am now. Like, I went to a wedding in Florida in January, had all the old ladies like, oh my God, you look like my grandson. I'm like, you want coffee? Yes. I'm just waiting for my ride. You want a croissant? Oh, look at him. We can take you to your hotel. No, they're coming.
Oh my days.
It's a
Don't
life
kill
skill.
me. Don't kill.
It's a life
You know
skill.
what?
It's
Now, you know what the thing is? I wasn't even really trying to block him. It's what she said when she's like, this is why we don't let fathers have kids when they're just infants. I was like, you couldn't be like, oh, great, a black man and his black son with his black wife, like they just black love. And she was a black grandmama too. And I was just like, I was fully hating on her. It had nothing to do with his smile. That was just a repercussion to the moment. I was like, you don't get to have my son pay any attention to you, and I'm sitting here trying to enjoy the fact that I got a son and like we good and the whole family's together. I was like, get out my face. I was like,
You
yo,
blocked
you
your
gotta be.
son from getting $20.
Straight
She
hate.
could have
We don't
blessed
want
him
her
with
funky
$20.
$20. I don't care. She could give it to somebody who's homeless and poor or standing outside the mall and needs it. My son is good. He's blessed by the Most High. He's good. You got an auntie. You got Auntie Tasha Mack. You know what I mean? He got Uncle Sniper. You know what I mean? In the building. He got Uncle Rush. He got Auntie Queen, Auntie Chocolate Earth Foundation, and he got Uncle Stan. You don't need her funky $20. Stan will be back. It's all right. Like I know he's dealing with something right now, so it's okay. But I'm sorry. I have to just clarify the air. Okay, he back. I just had to clarify that since Stan went and brought it up that I was fully hating on that lady. Like you're not gonna come tell me about this is why fathers shouldn't have their kids when they're just infants. Get out my face. She's lucky we were in a public place and I didn't own the mall. I'd have kicked her out the mall just for that. I'd have had the real talk. I would have had security kick her out the mall. Like real talk. I was actually upset. Even my wife was just like, she's like, Conrad, like, what's wrong with you? Like, are you good? Like, we were just smiling. I said, yes, I was smiling until this angry woman decided to come talk about black men and their son. I was like, you're lucky I don't call security on you just for looking at pull a whole Karen movement on you.
Or
don't touch my shadow.
Or
nothing.
Oh no, this is way, right? The Haitian way, right? You put out the Jamaican warrior. Now gonna put out the Haitian warriorship. Is that both of you guys at the same time, father and son, and just give a double whammy?
It's stupid.
Yeah. In a perfect world. Anyways, Stan, we gonna come to you for your thoughts on the topic before we get to these videos. But Rush wanted to kind of respond back to Chocolate Earth and what she was saying. And in case you missed it, Chocolate Earth was commenting on his comments specifically as it relates to body count and why that would even be, and soul ties, and why that is still the crux of an argument as it relates to the choosing or not choosing of a potential mate, when it should be more about that connection and how that individual person elevates your mind, your heart, and your spirit before they elevate your body. Rush, I yield. My mic is muted. You have time to interject, sir.
I pretty much want to hit her with the rebuttal I got for her, and pretty much like, hey, here's the thing, right? Most dudes do not find a female attractive if she has multiple partners. Know what I mean? And most dudes may well, I want to say most dudes, but the suckers and simps will accept, the female that has a high body count because they're desperate, they'll wife up anything, because they're in a desperate situation where they want to get the box, so therefore they will wife up the chick that's been passed around. But the dude that's not desperate, he's gonna look at your situation and be like, hey, if he gets to part of my French, but the pussy facts, and he finds out that you've been passed around, he's gonna look at it as a negative situation to get into. I mean, because you've been, you're passed around. He's automatically gonna think that you belong to the streets, And most dudes don't want to wife up a chick that's been, that belongs to the streets, man. With my content and the channel that I have or whatever, man, we're real big on staying sucker free, man. We don't wife up birds, man. That's rule number one. You never wife up a bird, and it's not wise to wife up a bird because even though you take out her habitat, she will always go back to the streets, man. You never heard the saying of, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife? That's 100% factual. And the reason why it's factual is because it's in her nature to be a bird, quote unquote, a hoe. You know what I mean? She likes to get bent over. She likes to get rizzed on in the face. Like, this is her nature. You know what I mean? You can't change that nature.
Excuse me, you do have two women up here. You could have done that a little bit different. Like, really? Is that how you see us as women? That's disgusting. I'm gonna just keep it
That's how
100.
most
No
men look at
disagreement
it,
to
not just
you.
me.
No, they
Not just me.
don't. But that's okay,
Yes,
sir.
they do.
It's
Yes,
okay.
they do.
No, sir. No, they don't.
Oh,
Because
Conrad,
they
you,
don't. There
Conrad,
you go,
you
sir.
muted. You muted
ISO.
Conrad.
I'm gonna call a Kobe on this one. ISO. Now this is where I'll take control. And I will always do this in any type of conversation in this to kind of bring it back to base. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because and I'm trying to y'all know me. I'm careful. I'm not careful, but I'm particular with my words. So I'm going to explain. I'm going to reroute what Rush said, not for him, but for the platform. So if anybody is thrown off by what Rush is saying, that's in the comments or viewing behind the scenes, what Rush is speaking about, and don't worry about the vernacular because the message should hit home if you can extrapolate. I'm just asking you to open up your mind. There is the spirit of succubus or a spirit of Delilah, right? And it is what is it's causing grounds for contention in this modern time, because there's been the ideology pushed to women that you have been maligned for so long, held back and capped by the judgments of a man, that now that you have the freedom of opportunity to express yourself in any format that you choose to. And this is how I see it as a man is on social media, is that the first thing that you should do is, who is ding donging in the background? Mr. Best is here. Okay. He back.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely back. I came in the right time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm fully loaded too. My gun is fully loaded. I'm ready.
So
hey, what's up, man? Chocolate? Hey, my people's in here.
What's up? What's up?
Right, Conrad.
So yeah, salute, Best. How you doing, man?
I'm well. Make your point. I'm listening. Before
okay, all right. Long story short, what I'm saying is there is, and this is more how I feel based on what I see. And I'm not seeing the action because I'm removed from seeing the action. But I'm seeing a doctrine push to women that regarding a man's word as it relates to the care of your body is hypocritical because we as the counterparts have done the same thing with a lack of regard for our bodies and nobody batted an eye. That is true. So I'm going to throw this up in the air and then I'm going to block out my camera. And then, so what I'm going to do is, Best, before I have you come in, based on what I just said, and kind of we're extrapolating from what Rush said. And Rush, I'm gonna put this up there, and I'll put this out there for anybody because I got to do this because I just got to be balanced based for everybody. Oh, and Stan hasn't got in yet either. So I'll go to Chocolate before I come back to you. Chocolate, before I come back to you, I'm gonna go to Stan based on this line of questioning. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Stan. Oh no, okay, cool. Thank you for just giving me that signal.
Real quick, can I just jump in real quick because
okay, let's go Jerk. We're gonna go Stan.
Yeah, because I just want to
and then we'll bring it back to Chocolate and Rush, and then Tasha with Mike. Don't lose your space. I'm gonna try. We're gonna get you chopped in. So I'm muting my mic. Sophisticated, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was actually going to ask you this question earlier because you said something as far as like by you having those experiences and stuff, and you said it wasn't a good use of your time. And I think what people miss, man, when we do have all these experiences, and it kind of ties into the dating and courting, and we're kind of operating out of order. Where I think this is where people, and it does something to your mind when you are out there and you have too many experiences, it's like almost like you're wiring your brain to never be satisfied or happy. So like to what Rush is saying, you know, it's bad, but I think on both sides, you know, it's not good. I think it impacts women more, you know, because you guys are a little more emotional, and then, you know, just the way we're genetically made, but it impacts both sides. Cause like what Conrad was kind of saying, his experiences is like, hey, it wired his mind a certain way, and he had to kind of like separate from that. So I think that's what we kind of miss in the conversation. It's like, you're not supposed to have a ton of experience, but we do got to be realistic where at a certain age, people are going to have experiences. But what Rush is saying, it's like you're on an extreme. Yeah, a lot of guys ain't going to like that. And, you know, he's just giving the realities to that mindset. So I think we, you know, when we having these conversations, that we got to focus on the realities, but, you know, we got to kind of show that it does impact both sides. That's why we're having, you know, the divorce rate is so high, because people are never satisfied. They think the grass is always greener on the other side. People are jumping from relationship to relationship to relationship, you know, looking for any excuse to kind of tap out of the relationship. So that's what it's kind of doing to everybody's brain and stuff. So I'll toss it back to you, Comrade. I just wanted to say that to kind of, you know, like I said, bridge that gap.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Sorry, I had to plug in my charger, guys. I definitely hear you on that. I'm going to encourage everybody. This is both for the platform over here, but certain aspects of phrasing, we're not going to do that over here. We're going to call it what it is. Vagina's vagina. We're going to use it within that context. So I just want to put that out there. And the reason why I'm saying that, and that's for everybody. This is not against Rush. This is for everybody. This is for the comments. This is for the chat. This is for the people shadow watching over here, because we have to realize we are not going to get men and women. Speaking of that, where did Chocolate Earth go? But anyways, we're not going to have women at large to be able to join a conversation. And that's what we're trying to do over here. So we want to make sure we keep that central. Anytime we come over here, and anybody can be offended for any reason. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not really focused on the reason of the offense. I just want to make it clear that when we're talking about certain things, we can go there, but there's a way to go there. And I'm going to ask everybody to find that way to go there for you, to express your point with decency and decorum. So that's not necessarily directly at Rush, but that's for everybody. And again, that's on the business side. That's for the algorithm, because we ain't monetizing. We are trying to get there, so I can make sure that when you guys pop up on these panels, I can start throwing some little bit of change at you. You know what I mean? Throw you a Cash App or something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I know.
Just say one last thing, because I got to drop soon, but. You know, I think, man, on both sides, men and women, I do think, man, I think if you're actually going to be courting and moving to that next level, you got to be transparent with your background. So I think both sides need to be asking them questions about the past. Not saying necessarily you got to hold everything against somebody, but there should be some transparency to what's going on in that process. And think about it. Like, if you're just think about a prestigious company, a Fortune 500, you Apple, Microsoft, if they're going to hire somebody, they're going to do a background check. So, you know what I'm saying? So I think people just got to start wiring their minds that way, where it's just like, hey, man, whatever I do could have some impact on who I kind of draw to me and stuff. So that's why you got to start kind of operating in a certain manner, because it's just like everybody's not going to be accepting to how you move in life. And I think sometimes that's where that entitlement comes in, where it's just like, hey, I'm going to do what I got to do, and y'all got to accept how I maneuver. That ain't the case. Like, if I go out here and I do some bullshit, there's going to be a lot of females like, hell nah. You know, they're going to shut it down, and rightfully so. So I think that's where, like, we got to span these conversations. But just back over to you. I just wanted to close out with that, because I got to get dropped soon. But I'll be listening in.
Okay. Yeah, no. That's cool. Drop out as you have to. It's all right. We clearly going overtime tonight, so that's whatever. Gut check. Everybody's good?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right, bless. Chocolate, if you can hear me, come back.
Come back, Chocolate.
Come back, Chocolate. You know what I mean? Bess, I'm gonna get you in. Then Tasha, I'm gonna get you in, and then Stan, I'm gonna get you in, and then we gonna flip up these videos.
Bet. Okay. Okay. So, I'm also sharing the stream y'all link in my chat too, Conrad. I got you.
All right, bless, sir. Thank you.
So, definitely. I'm gonna say this. I think that the problem within our community is that we have to stop. We have to really, when we talk about men and women, we have to really make it specific, right? Because we're dealing with 3 different age groups in the dating market right now, and we have to understand that. So there's people like, who are middle aged, like me, you, Stan. We're middle aged, right?
Yeah.
I think OG's middle aged. I'm not sure, but yeah, for those who are
I'm
middle
old.
aged, for those who are middle aged and who are under 65 and who are from 40 to 64, right? Our views on relationships and family are different. Then you have the youngins. The youngins have a completely different view, right? Those are people younger than their 40s. They have a completely different view, right? So you can't compare my way of thinking about relationships to somebody in their 20s. You can't do that with Stan either because we are on 2 different vibes. Can't do that with Conrad. He's on a different vibe, right? Or on OG. You know what I mean? And there's somebody who's an elder, who's over, who is elderly, who is 65. They have a whole different way of viewing things, right? So we have to understand that. So we can't paint a broad brush on anything, whether it's men or women. You know what I mean? I would be offended if you compare me to somebody old. I'm gonna be offended. I'll be offended if you compare me to somebody young. Because I'm not out here listening to drill music and all that. I'm not. You know what I mean? Like that ain't my cup of tea. But that's what they like. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So we have to have an understanding. And then also we got to deal with the issues at hand. If we are feeling in our community, we lack communication with each other and amongst, the opposite sex. And that's for all age ranges. You know what I'm saying? We lack communication. And because we lack communication, that's why we have so much disruption when it comes between men and women. And also, in lacking communication, we also lack seeking help, whether because we are shamed, right? Me and Stan talk about that a lot. You know what I mean? People shaming people for seeking help, whether it's mental health or whatever else. You know what I mean? Or we're not supported by the people who say they love us, like our family and whoever else, right? So these are major issues that we have within our community that we have to really deal with. And that's way we can have healthy relationships. We can start building healthy relationships, and we can start growing and maturing and being better. I land there.
I got a question. I'm gonna toss this up to everybody. I still want Tasha to tap in, Stan to chat, or Stan, Tasha, and then Rush. I want to come back to you. These videos are quick; they're not long. But I was just thinking about something, right? As it relates to body count, and I know Stan had mentioned the suckers and the simps that will yield to a certain type of mindset and a certain type of life history. But sorry, Rush, my bad. Sorry. That's what you get for smiling. Yeah, man, tell yourself not smile. Why you can't eat too much. No, but similar to what I said the other night is, do we as men, is it incumbent upon us to, with some level of grace, because if anybody heard me the other night when we were talking with Melissa and Bess and Chocolate, and I think Watts was up there, and another brother was up there along with Dark Lake, and I said, and I used Shannon Sharp as this example. If men do not give access to the circumference of people who live with a lack of sexual morality, if men were to let this die off, and I'm not, and we know, and I've been corrected and kind of just redirected. Sophisticated has helped me with that. Bess has helped me with that, and same thing with Bolo. but I phrase this: is it time for men not to just say at large that we don't like a thing, but to actually pass the judgment and to say we will not like a thing, and I'll use my son as an example. For my son to go out there and prioritize an OF worker as a viable choice, is it not incumbent upon a man within the group of men to say that we need to judge this? Because it could be a very well chink in the armor for building back the community. Because we can't accept everything and have the strongest wall, if that makes sense. So is there a level of the next standard and sophisticated? I'll let you go because I know you gotta drop. Is there a level of reinforcement of standards and foundation that men have to do to make sure that Rush's kids, Stan's kids, Bess, Tasha's, Sophisticated, myself, Chocolate Earth, B-Love, everybody, that we have a community that can thrive together with wholesomeness? And when I say wholesome, I'm not talking about being perfect. I'm talking about reverence of self. Tasha, I don't know what I just did. Oh no, wait, sorry. Sorry, guys. Sophisticated, what do you think?
I mean, in theory, I see where you're going with it. I think that should be the move. But this is where, like, what Rush was saying was realistic, where when he gave his point of view, he was saying, hey, there's a lot of like men that operate out of desperation. So it's like, even when you build a community, you know, if you look up the definition, it's supposed to be people with shared characteristics and views. So everybody just ain't gonna maneuver the same way. So you're always gonna have like men that operate out of weakness that will entertain those type of females and stuff. So, you know, at a certain point, everybody has the responsibility of being an adult and making sure you hold yourself kind of responsible and stuff. So I like I said, you're right. Holistically, in theory, we should be maneuvering like that. But the way, you know, the world and how people actually maneuver is broken up into segments, and that's where it kind of falls apart. So like you said, you lead by example. Definitely, like if you have kids, you got to maneuver a certain way to give them that those visuals and them standards and principles. But you also have to understand that they might drift from that, and they are going to be held accountable to how they maneuver. So it's like levels within that
yeah,
you know, you got to break down.
So, and then I want to flip another question, and then Chocolate, I'm gonna come to you. Because realistically, and I actually agree with this. Rush might not agree with this, but I agree with this. And I heard this said not from necessarily from you, Chocolate, but I've heard this said on in other spaces and other panels. Because a man will never truly know an individual's history, is it incumbent upon me to heal mentally, emotionally, and spiritually to where I can make a solid connection with the individual? Because a community is not without its flaws. And we can't, I have to admit it, as much as I have strong stances and strong opinions, I could have been a person as a man where many women could look at Conrad and be like, yo, you're not conducive for where I want to go because you're too out there. And I'm glad we're at this juncture. And Electro, don't worry. I see you, brother. We're going to come to you because I got to give you the introduction. Even though it's my first time meeting you. You got to get that energy from this platform. And I salute you for being here. And Rush, don't worry. I'm coming back to you. Tasha, I didn't forget about you. Clearly, we going into overtime. It is what it is. If anybody's got to drop, I respect you and I thank you in advance for being here. Sophisticated, whenever you got to drop, I know you got stuff to do it. Salute to you, brother. Thank you for being here because you definitely was a pillar in tonight's
He ain't got to do nothing.
so
The Knicks play yesterday. He ain't gonna do nothing.
Oh, stop this. Is it incumbent upon men to heal from our own self-induced traumas? Because I know I can admit that and I said it before, you weren't here at the time, but I'll say it again. For me individually, I regret the amount of time I spent out there being promiscuous. And the reason why I regret it is because of the time I also had to spend working things out of me. I personally, I was never meant to do serial dating. And it's because I encountered certain traumas at home and then furthered by certain traumas on road where the activity of sex became not even a therapy bed, but a revolving door. And then I looked up one day and I was like, I personally am sick and tired of this. Because here's my thing for asking this question. And I'm gonna phrase this and then I'm gonna re-ask the question. I'm gonna give it to you, Chocolate, and then we're gonna go around the table. The reason for that is because looking at where I've come from in my marriage and my relationship, the worst days I've spent trying to see where I can improve my relationship and my marriage is in some way, shape, or form systematically exercising, as they would say, the demons from being on road too much. There were some healthy experiences in there, but the majority of them weren't healthy experiences. And guess what? I didn't shut the door. So when I say, is it incumbent upon men to watch over this kind of action in the community? I'm talking about the fact that we open our own individual doors. There are some doors that are kicked in. And I can't say for every man that it's a small amount, it's a few amount of doors. I know my doors were few that were kicked in. The rest of my doors I left open. So I allowed myself to be used by the same thing that I was using. And it ultimately always led back to, I regret being out here. I regret wasting my time. I regret not being at a job. I regret being in this girl's bed because it's not doing anything for me in the long term. It doesn't align with my purpose. It doesn't align with my wallet. It doesn't align with my bank account. It doesn't align with my energy. It doesn't align with my happiness. It doesn't align with my joy. It doesn't align with love. So I'm stuck in this vortex. And maybe because I think this way and this is my experience and I've been thinking about this for years is why I can say I can understand where Russia's coming from because I've seen it and I've been hurt by it. But I can also be transparent enough for me to admit that I've done way more hurting with it than I've gotten hurt by it. It's just when it hit me, it was impactful. So do we, and I'll phrase the question again, do we as men have to exercise the demons that are attached to our own sexual misconduct, our own sexual misuse? I yield to you, Chocolate. My mic is muted. Smitty, I gotta pay Smitty for that one.
Yeah, what a question. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be dramatic. I just felt like at that moment I'm not able to give in that perspective. I believe that a lot of this is religious based. So I'm learning to stay away from it. It comes from a place where I in my own life and in my own studies, I don't understand why men say the things that they do about us as women and tell us what we should be doing and well, you're going to be in charge of this and body count matters and you got to be this and be that. But I never hear, how are the men healing? I know that they're not, because I'm the one they trying to date. Broken people always find light. I'm a broken person. That don't mean I hate everybody. That doesn't mean I think men are bad or women are better or anything. I think as a human being, we forget that part. We shield with, I'm black, I'm a black man, I'm a black woman. What does that really mean at night when you're a shitty partner? Excuse my language. So, to your question, it is definitely something that men should have been doing. But because men don't give men grace to do it, it hasn't been done yet. So you have your pioneers of men, and I give them mad props that talk about dealing with your pain. There's a lot of what is happening in your relationships, or you may be projecting what's your fears of lack of trust. We live in a society where we're not even raised to trust each other. So this is the thing I don't understand, how we asking so much of people to automatically know where to go and how to communicate when there has never been any representation for Black and brown people when it comes to positive relationships. And I'm not talking about it from a religious standpoint. I'm talking from a just growing up in America for the last 40 years, 40 plus years, and just watching and being a part of that. Because I taught our kids. The children my friends had at 14 and 15 years old, they was Jezebels. I witnessed this. I went to clinics with friends of mine. So yeah, it's a touchy subject to me. So that's why I thought respectfully, unless you can go through just the empathy of what women have to go through when it does come to dating and courting. How can I court or be courted by a man that won't admit that he's in pain? And then to land on this, how again is how do I trust that men will take that mirror and flip it back at themselves when they don't do it amongst men? Y'all get, those who do this gaslight men the same way they gaslight women, and it gets exhausting. So I didn't want to offend anyone. I didn't want to come off as brash, but I just think we worry a little too much about what's happening in someone's bedroom and not what's going on up here. Can you communicate with me? Can you talk to me? I ain't talking about that he got to wear a fluffy pink dress and run up and down the street. And that's how y'all make it seem that if we want y'all to heal and come talk to us and let's be cool and actually look at each other in the many different amazing facets we could be as a couple if we told each other the truth. And I land on that. Thank you.
Okay. Before we get back, because Stan, I wanted you to jump in.
All right, may I say something real quick, please?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. I do apologize. Go ahead.
You know how I feel about you. You are beyond amazing. Thank you so much. I don't care. You can get whatever. You are beyond amazing, and I thank you for always being a light for me and everyone in my network. You know what I mean? We love you. I love you, and thank you for always supporting. My woman watches your clips all the time, and she's like, "Man, chocolate is amazing." So you know what I mean. So yeah, we definitely love you, man, for real, and you definitely part of the family. So yeah.
I love listening to her views. Chocolate knows it because I let her know every time.
and
little G.
I'm gonna appreciate y'all not to do this. All right. Comrade said he gotta go to bed. All right.
No, too late. You gotta take it. See here, and I want to again, For those who are on YouTube and you're not in the chat and you're kind of shadow watching right now and you're not understanding what's going on, this is part of the process. It is necessary for especially Black and brown men and women to be able to disagree with each other's viewpoints, talk about it, and not disrespect each other. Right? And what Chocolate Earth displayed just now is the rationality that she's also asking for and trying to relay that. And I remember when I first heard her speak like this, I was taken aback because I didn't really understand the vein that she was coming from. The more I hear her speak is the more I hear the heartbeat. And that's what we got to get back to. And that's ultimately what she's talking about. So even Rush, you know what I mean? Like hearing the heartbeat, bro, you got a big heartbeat right there. And the heartbeat is not to be missed in it. But then we also, and we're going to do this, you know, before we cap, but we're going to do this, as we grow. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't know how to give the answer. I know how to work with everybody to get the answer, and everybody here is part of that answer. Everybody here is part of that answer. Your experiences, your opinions, the dialogue, the monologue, it all is a part of the equation to get to the answer, and that's important. Now, brother, I don't want to. Okay, I'm pretty sure I got it. Electro, what's going on, brother? And if I butchered your name, I do apologize in advance.
No,
Brother, what's
that's good.
going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I was watching World, and then I seen this come up. I said, wait a minute, let me see that. I seen Conrad before, so I said, okay, I got the channel. So I came over. So I got the channel this time. So I'm here and I subscribe. So you'll be seeing me more.
Hey,
well,
brother.
I tell you, man, I show up. I show up.
Hey,
We
brother.
see you, OG. We see you.
Yeah, man. You know what? I appreciate you so much for being here. Yeah, man. I just have so much appreciation and heart for you being here tonight. And you know, it's likewise. If it wasn't for Stan, I don't even think I would know who Rush is. So, you know, it's all a connecting factor. You know, if it wasn't for Mr. Best, I wouldn't know most of the people on this panel, short of maybe Tasha. So, you know, salute to everybody and salute for connections being made. Yeah, if there's anybody else to come through, might as well come through. Clearly, we lighting barbecues and roasting marshmallows and whatnot.
There you go.
What are your thoughts on the topic? So I know we've come a long way. You kind of came in the middle of it. And from Electrode, I'm gonna come to Rush, and then I'm gonna come to Stan, and then I'm gonna come to Tasha. And we're not gonna go through all three videos because even though they're like less than 2 minutes, which I'm actually proud of myself for finding videos that were under 2 minutes to really get to the point of what I wanted to say. I'm only gonna use one, and I think it's 1 minute and 39 seconds. So we're gonna lean on that, and then we're gonna close this off. Come to thoughts and final thoughts, and close this off, and go from there.
We hanging out after, Conrad? We hanging out after?
I mean, Conrad got a lady. He gonna go lay down with his lady.
I got business later.
All right, I was like, look. So hold on, transparently. One, I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I'm not even gonna lie. I'm hungry. So tonight we not hanging out because tomorrow I've got my other goddaughter's birthday party, and I want to be well rested. Shout out to my wife who withstands my grumpiness on Saturdays when I don't wake up in the best of mood because my son is gonna wake up right at 7 o'clock in the morning. So I'm trying to make her task of handling me lighter tomorrow, and that's me being transparent. And then God, the mother of my godchildren, my goddaughters who are sleeping peacefully right now, is also up, and she's been on the road all day. So I want to be respectful to her. I know Sophisticated has got plans, And I don't know everybody else's time zones, but if you on the West Coast, you lucky 2 hour, 1 hour behind, whatever, good for you.
I'm about to move to
Yeah, what up,
California.
baby? Let's go.
Oh
You know what
yeah,
I
that's
mean?
right. It's
We all,
8:30, son.
It's 8:30.
yeah, like we all need to,
Still
we need,
early.
yeah, we need to, yeah, we need to get a neighborhood and just move together and just always knock on each other's doors and just have a live stream
That's
in the
what I'm
middle of the
building.
court.
There you go.
Oh,
There
that'll be
you go.
dope. We gotta
Okay,
do that
well,
for
make
real.
sure you send it. Make sure you send the address. But let's bring it in. Electrode.
Okay.
We're talking about, do we understand the difference between dating and courting? If we do, what are some of these nuance? Who just sophisticated dropped. Okay, cool. Yeah, do we understand the difference between dating and courting in your opinion for this modern generation? Have we been lost, both men and women, in sexual activity that we've even further down the rabbit hole, maybe into some cases where we can't come back from? And in your opinion, what would it take to reroute this ship so we can have less degradation of dating towards courting?
All right. This is a good question. And just before I get into the answer, I've been coming to these panels, and you guys might end up having my someone that I had taken in as a daughter. She's 18, and I love the way you guys talk. I'm going to encourage her to watch and come here and even possibly discuss stuff with you from her generation's point of view. She's a brilliant young lady, and she's smart as hell, and I would love for you guys to talk to her. And,
Perfect, man.
and
That's
give her
actually,
advice,
that's needed.
you know,
That's
because
needed.
I'm old and decrepit, so all my stuff has got dust and ancient all over it. But you know, as far as advice, but now let me get into into my answer. Does this younger generation know the difference between courting and dating? I don't think they do, but what I do think happens is they stumble onto it. You can be dating, and all of a sudden you feel a certain way, and they end up courting. But there are a lot of things. There's a lot of nuances that go on in that, because every individual goes through what I consider evolution. Every individual goes through some sort of evolution, and they go through a learning process, and whoever they're with, for however many people they're with, all right, it's not a notch on the belt. It's learning experience to find out what an individual likes. Now, I don't know if you allow cussing on it, but you know, you got a lot of them F boys out there. You know, the F boys. That's what the little girl that stays here calls them. You got a lot of these F boys. They're only going to get away with it for as long as they can, until they learn, you know what, women ain't going to put up with that, and they start changing their ways. Oh, that's not going to work no more. I better change up the game, or they're going to get hurt to the point where I don't like this trauma and I need to change something. So each one of these experiences a person has is, you know, an evolutionary process, and how they deal with it is really reliant on what they were taught by their parents. And that's the basis of what that's the raw reality of it. You know, I'm not bringing church into it. I'm not bringing that into it. It's what the parents teach the children is going to reflect on how the children, you know, treat their partners, whether it be male or female. It does not matter. Yeah, men have a tendency not to share their pain. And it's just over the recent, maybe the last 2 generations, that they've been opening up more and more. Like, I haven't opened up about my pain. I mean, I still haven't opened up about my pain, but I'm a Gen Xer. You know, I'll be 60 this year. You know, I'll be 60 and my wife still doesn't know all my pains, but I'm learning to share it with her a little bit at a time. So I think the newer generations have one up on my generation, and hopefully they can get through it at a quicker pace than I did, because I held on to that hurt for a long time, a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll land there. Okay. I hope that was.
Yeah, no. Number one. Yeah, no, you good. Number one. Yeah, I mean, I would value for this platform, and we would definitely value having a younger girl's approach, because, and the reason why I say that, again, from a business side, this platform is geared towards from 18 to 100. If you can operate YouTube and want to follow up and give some wisdom or get something to inspire you. Because here's one thing I think we can all agree. And if you want to unmute your mic and say yes, no, or indifferent, and then we can go from there. Like I said, I want to yield to Stan. Stan this is the most quiet I've ever heard Stan in my life. Bess, I want you to chime in if you haven't. I still got to get Tasha, and then Rush, and then I want to get to this video, and then we literally going to close. And I'm going to say this that's the last time I'm going to say this. I feel like a preacher who's been saying, I'm almost done. We going to bring this to a close. I've been closing for like 48 minutes now. So definitely for your daughter, number one, this is a safe space. And I'm not saying that to present something that is not. It literally, not only does it has to be, right? The weight of what I feel in my heart is to not just bridge a gap, but is to also tear down the walls that are dividing black men and black and brown men from black and brown women, and ultimately women and men at large. That does come with exposing certain truths, and some of these truths that might deal with, big business and how it profits from the division of man and woman, big politics and how it benefits from the division of man and woman, the children that get left behind from the fact that big businesses benefit, especially in this generation. They benefit so much from young men and young women not understanding that there is a difference between dating and courting. You do need to take from one to properly exercise the other. There is a level of decorum that you have to have for yourself. I often say to young guys that I mentor, you need to respect life, and in turn, life will respect you. And that's a loaded phrase, because somebody could say, well, I went through this time and I'm very respectful. How did life respect me when I went through this? And that's another conversation for another day. But these conversations are completely necessary to be able to exercise an aspect of healing. Being primarily centered on men being able to have a space where we can share our feelings. I'm not going to lie to you. This is within this space. This is, all of you are a representation of me being able to grow and share my feelings. And I understand, Electro, what you're saying about even growing and sharing more with your wife. As much as that's your wife, I can agree that that's not easy, because sometimes what's in the back of your mind is that all it takes is either one argument or one slip up or one disagreement for those feelings to be brought back up and say, I can't stand when you feel like this, or when you are a lesser version, or it only takes one time for that to happen in any shape or form, or phrasing it happens. And then we men, we clam back in, and we clam back in for safety, for not just for us, but for the other person on the other side, because we don't want to crash out emotionally and hurt this person, but we also don't know how because we're dealing with, in some cases, it may be embarrassment and rage at the same time. And we don't have a filter that even tells us how to route that into a positive energy where I can say, honey, I hear you, but I really need you to hear me. This is what we're thinking as men. We're thinking this. We feel this. We're saying, babe, I really want you to hear me. But as Electro said, and this is something that we can expound upon in another conversation, is that this is why we have to understand within the community at large, man and woman both have a vital role in being able to raise kids, being able to nurture kids. Because that balance of rage and embarrassment that can lead to positivity, that actually has to be trained, taught, and groomed and manicured by somebody who has the time and displacement from first person reaction. When you're a third person reacting, you have a lot of time to ingest and even come up with a solution to bypass the ferocity of emotion that is coming from somebody when you're in the third person. But when you're in that first chair and that second chair, it's harder to navigate. And this is what parents do for kids. And so the more we can have a community that consists of parents who are saying, hey, no, I know how you feel, and I'm not trying to override your freedom to those feelings. I'm trying to help you to channel those feelings, rein them in, bring it in. So definitely, I definitely encourage you to do that, and even throw her this link, and maybe she can watch it in her spare time. And we definitely
I'm definitely
welcome her with
I'm gonna
open
do
arms.
that with you and with World, because I've been having a lot of fun with Smitty and World and all them. I want Elizabeth to talk to Chocolate. That's what I want Elizabeth to talk. I want Elizabeth to talk to Chocolate. I need Elizabeth to get Chocolate's attitude. This way I don't have to worry about her. Because if Elizabeth had Chocolate's attitude,
Y'all killing me. Y'all killing me tonight. Like, what is happening? Don't clip none of this. Like, yo,
because
we definitely
don't
clip it.
put out that listen. I don't want to be
Conrad,
seen
you
as
need me to clip,
Karen,
Conrad? I got you.
and I
Clip
can't
it.
be men's friends out here trying to make this money.
Got you.
Stop it. Don't tell on me.
But see, Chocolate, it's
Tired of
not
y'all.
about you being caring.
I know.
It's not
I
about
just
that. It's about the fact that you're a good example. You are
what?
a good example of proper etiquette and learning to ask questions. You're a good example of putting your emotions out there and being able to translate your feelings and your emotions to other people and to be able to absorb the information. And on top of that, you're not afraid to be confrontational. I want Elizabeth to be confrontational.
I will hit you. Yeah.
I want her to be confrontational. I don't want nobody getting over on her. And I feel like no one gets over on you. So it's like that.
Stan.
Okay. Yes. Stan. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? Well, I put in the back chat. Let Tasha Matt go first, and I go next.
Okay.
We've been waiting. I know she wanted to get something out there, so I want her to go first, and I'll go after her.
Tasha, what you got for where we are? And I'll rephrase everything to this so you can come at it directly. Do we as men need to navigate the nuances of healing mentally, emotionally, and even sexually if dating and courting are going to be able to be actionable results for this generation and the generation to come?
Most definitely. I wouldn't even say for just men, for females as well, because it goes back to a little bit of what Chocolate says. You're bringing trauma at that point into your relationship unknowingly. You're doing certain patterns that you're used to, that's become the norm, and you're bringing that into your relationship, whether it's good or bad. So if you're not healing from past traumas, past hurt, past heartbreak, and you just keep pushing, you kind of shove it under the rug. Now when you're into a relationship or dating other people, and then get to the stage where, okay, maybe I want to start courting, maybe I want to get serious with this person, you're bringing certain trauma into that relationship. And let's say that significant other brings that up to you, boom, it starts triggering you. And then you're like, forget this person, I don't want to be with them. And you start dating again to bring those trauma into a different relationship with somebody else. So there's never healing. It's like a full circle. In terms of knowing or distinguishing the difference between dating and courting, it goes back to where you are mentally in your life. You could be 18 and well mature, and I don't want to date any and everybody. So I'm going to be selective on who I'm going to date and who I'm going to start courting. And it could lead to a successful marriage. Now, there could be people who are in their 30s, 40s, and they're still dating. They're still mixing and mingling. They can't find their perfect match. So it all comes down to where they're at mentally and whether they're fully prepared.
I like that. All right, Stan.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to call cap on society.
Yeah,
I'm going to call cap on society. And this is the reason why, right? To bring up courting, that came out of homegirl that divorced her husband for no reason. And she mentioned how no man want to court her after her divorce. And I'm like, yo, we've been in a hookup culture forever. That's one. Number two, we are a part of the aftermath of the sexual revolution. So that's the stuff before our parents. Our grandparents was humping like rabbits, open freely, and doing everything else. We're a post-feminist society. And then when you look at, for the examples that was given to us, Sex in the City was a big impact on society for 30 years. That's 3 decades. And what we learn is don't take nobody serious. You meet somebody, you hook up. If it happens to be a relationship, okay. If it don't, you move on. And then we have episodes of Girlfriends. That's 8 seasons. So both men and women are learning from these shows. Like, we have to be really honest. Because to me, when I hear courting, right, it's distraction. Because nobody's out here really courting, because what we're doing, we're on apps. We're not saying hi to each other. Nobody goes to a nightclub to meet anybody. Nobody goes on walks. And people are just hopping into beds, hoping that their magical sexual instruments will somehow snag them a man or a woman. And
Snaggle.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, as a society, we have to be honest. This has been going on. Because when you look, even retirement homes got the biggest STIs, sexually transmitted infections, because they hopping in bed too. They ain't trying to get married. They like, look, I'm about to die. Let me get a little taste of you for a minute. And like, if you're looking at the old folks doing this, the young folks are even worse, right? To answer your question before, Conrad, when we were talking about the whole thing about men and body counts, and that's what it goes into. When I'm looking at what's going on, everybody has a high body count. It's the fact that we don't want to know somebody from your past really impacts the current relationship out of fear. Men are going to wife up a woman that's kind of like, people say, like, have like ill, like somebody put something snobby, like she have a very bad reputation. But yeah, she has a bad reputation for you, but with me, and that's something that like men will overlook it. Be it that the simp, if you're a nice guy, see that nice guys need to say the truth, right? Nice guys don't get good girls. We get the bad ones. Crazy, slice you up. She's horrible towards everybody, but to me, she's nice. That's what I get. That's God's lot in life for me. That's why I'm single. Cause I'm like, no, God, I'm tired. So there's an honesty. Like if you were
What was that girl? What was that girl in Friday that used to chase around Day Day? Oh, okay? Tasha might. Did I drop Tasha accidentally? Oh no, I hope not.
Oh no.
Okay,
Don't be
Tasha,
mad
you
though.
can hear.
You know what?
Hold on,
Can I just
chocolate.
say
Hold on,
this?
chocolate.
Uh,
Hold on, chocolate.
Stan.
Gotta say
No,
this. Just hold on. Well, I want to go. I have to go here, right? There is something called the redeeming affect, right? Because once somebody go through all this stuff, right, and we talk about healing, there's something comes up, right? It becomes discipline. You learn discipline, where you learn to forgive yourself. You start learning discipline. You start being responsible. You start building up the characteristics that where now you're going to sacrifice because the old you is not going to help you with your new you, and you have to move forward and you have to change. And a lot of times because people go through that, yes, there's a lot of, I'm going to say this in a nice way, is a lot of adult educational actors who are ministers who are married to men, and they done had Mr. 14 inches, and now they're married and leading the church. So there, and keep in mind, right? There is a redeeming quality that comes out after all the sin. To be a saint, you do have to be a sinner. To all the little prissy people out here that think they're perfect, you need to be a sinner. Because if you're going to come out here and try and preach the gospel to me and you're a virgin, I need you to go away because you don't know life and you have no ministry. You are a dead fruit because you can't connect and you're just a snob. Look, for men, I want to answer chocolate. For men, when men goes through pain, here's something you got to understand. Look, chocolate, for men, when it's us, right? What men get, right? When women are shamed, women get picked on, everything else. For men, we get ignored and we get pushed away. And that's what happened.
Bye.
So by other men, right? By other men, we're not in the same caliber. You know what I'm saying? We're not in the same caliber. Men get pushed away by other men. So we can't get the help from other guys. You might get a mentor to help you through it. But a lot of men can't heal because there's other men out here that actually want to see their demise. And as men, we need to talk about that more because not a lot of men out here really care about men. They want to know your weakness so they can destroy you, and they're enjoying it. And that's the crazy part about being a guy. I can't trust everybody. I can't afford to trust everyone. I just got to build my stuff, and that's it. And hopefully, but I want to your healing, right? Here's something about healing that needs to take place. What I love about the Nation of Islam. When a sister meets a man who's gone through a lot, what she do to that man is very important. What she doesn't shame that man, she doesn't entertain that man. What she do, she brings them into the brothers and let the brothers take care of that man, and she let it go. And that's something as a community, we have to look at that like, yo, you just got out of prison. I'm not going to entertain you. Let me bring you to some brothers going to help you out, get a job, fix yourself, and do all the stuff that you need to do. But I think that's something later on, probably 100 years, we can get to that point. But I do like how
No. Yo, whoa. If I can interject, I'm gonna use host rights for a minute because actually, Stan, you're hitting on something right there, right? Now, and it's something that Electro, he didn't say it, but it kind of overlaps in terms of the healing and the safe pace because there's going to come times, right? We need Rush, we need Mr. Best, we need Electro, we need Stan, we need Sophisticated, we need Dark Lake, we need Philip, right? You just said something. So now and I just want to kind of put this out there as a Christian man in my spiritual foundation, I understand that the crux of balance, if we look at scripturally the walk of Jesus Christ, it was not without the conversation, communication of those who were not trying to be him or trying to be like him. There has to be a friction within a man's healing process. That friction ultimately comes to buff the man from the wounds that are even still open. I don't know if you guys have seen certain surgeries where, like, it's like they got to shave down the wound to properly address it and close it up. I don't know if you guys have ever seen clips like that. That's some of the things that we as men, that's how I look at we as men. And so Chocolate, I would even want to say this to her as she's listening in the background. I know she's dealing with something. But we cannot have suitable spouses for women from men when we haven't gone through the friction process. And as you talked about, where's the community to have that conversation? I think this is a vital part of it for men. And I'll go out on a limb to say this, and Stan, I'll yield back to you. Rush, I want to come back to you with this question. Bess, I want you to chime in on this. Electro and Stan, and then Chocolate, I want you to chime in on this. Have men really done that much of an injustice to us by not being available to rebuke, reprove, recorrect, repair, and redirect?
Yes.
Can I speak to my brother Stan for a minute? Stan, I gotta speak to you for a second. You know what I mean? I need to speak to you.
You better get this right, world. You better get this right, world. I'm listening.
Oh, I got this. Because listen, for those who don't know, I know Stan better than any of you. And he knows me better than any of y'all. Like, Stan actually knows, like, Stan works for my family. That's what I'm gonna say. But yeah, he
said a
really
lot.
for real. But no, Stan, you know, I will say this, you know, and I've been wanting to say this to you for a long time. I just never had a chance to. But I want you to know that, bro, you are enough. Don't ever change who you are. You are.
Yeah,
no,
but
let me
it's
say
not
this.
me.
Please let me say this. Let me get this out.
Okay.
You are great enough. You are good enough, bro.
This is a healing moment.
I'm sorry for what happened to you in the establishment that we was in. Did you know the same establishment? I was trying to do business with them, and they tried to take my business. The business that me and my woman got, they tried to take it. Literally.
Yeah.
So I've been through hell and back with them. I know. Stan, you know I know, bro. When I tell you I know, I know. Know what I mean? But
Yeah.
we collectively, me, you, all of us, M3, all of us who've been affected, we gotta push it to the next level because they're still living their lives, whether good or bad. You know what I mean? You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But we gotta push it. And I just want to tell you that you giving your heart, you showing love, you doing that, you taking care, you literally take care of your family, bro. I know this by us talking and everything else.
Yeah.
You are great enough, bro. And you will find a woman that appreciates you. You will. No, you will. You look at me like I'm crazy, but you will. You will.
Look
And
at
I wanted to
Stan's
say that.
face.
Okay, but okay,
Hey.
I'm going to say this. Thank you for that. What I was thinking was not of that organization. I was thinking about like the overall care for men because I'm a social worker. There's not too many services for men. And when I mentioned the Nation of Islam, right? I just mentioned that because their women do have a protocol to deal with a man to like, yo, I don't want this, but I see that you're hurting and take you to appropriate place that could take care of you. Because we do have to look at that, right? Outside of that organization, of like how now this organization is growing and more black men are going towards them than going to church, right? And maybe because the structure, the discipline, the brotherhood, and there's something else that's there, and accountability, right? But overall, when I'm looking at society, right, men do not get services. It's rare to hear like a single man get housing because he's homeless. You know what I'm saying? I hear you, Chocolate. I
I
know we have
apologize.
no
Yes,
problem.
I apologize, but thank you. Thank you for saying that out loud because I just get exhausted because it sounds like I've been cussed out for saying black men have trauma. Like for real, dragged.
No,
And
black men
not
do.
because I was trying
No,
to, but I
men
know.
have.
No, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Wait. Gentlemen, hold
Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I interrupted, and I apologize. I just want to land it here real quick. What I understand about what you're saying, Stan, is this: just like you said, nice people don't link up, because usually those of us who are considered nice or whatever that degree is in the middle, it's a load of baloney, and it puts us in this place again of gaming each other in the relationship. We call being in a relationship a game, and it's gone sour and it's gone south, and it's our age group. That's the crazy part. Go ahead, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now
one
I'm gonna
book. I was gonna say this
go
real
ahead,
quick for
Stan.
everybody
Go
that's
ahead,
going
Stan.
through this. In therapy, one book that I recommend everybody to read will be Codependency No More. And also there's a book, I think it's from McLeod, called Forgiveness. And what you learn from that is like for No Dependency No More, if you see stuff where people get drawn to you, you learn to put it arm distance, put people at arm distance. Also, like, do not be God. Don't answer everything what's going on in their life. Maybe God's teaching them a lesson. And the only thing you could do is just love them, do lunch or whatever, but don't do too much. And that's something you learn. Also from therapy, it's just accepting, okay, is this person coming in my life? I do have to look for green flags, but also look for red flags where I know, like, yeah, this is not going to be good for me, and then pull away. And it's okay to pull away. What? There's a pause. It's okay to push back.
No. I'm gonna tell you something, cause, and I'm sorry, guys, if I know I'm calling names to go Rush, and I do appreciate you for being so patient. But as we're talking about, as this is kind of shifted within the layers of understanding the difference between dating and courting, right? We've stumbled upon a gem, and this gem, which was displayed, but then it was talked about, and my wince was not based on what you said. It was based of what was just kind of dropped into my spirit, what kind of hit me in my mind, is that we as brothers, and by brothers I'm not talking about by skin color, I'm just talking about by the mere fact of being men. We as men, on one hand, have done each other a disservice because we've removed the actual process of healing that impacts dating and courting. We've removed that and delegated that to the ability for a man to create resources for himself to then find the space and time to heal. When oftentimes, just like sex, men can also use the job and the chase of resources through any medium to heal us. When there's really and truly, what sometimes I really need as a brother, even more. And for those who are listening in the chat, you really got, when you come over here, I can't say this enough, you actually got to think, because we're not gonna play that game. Real talk, there are moments even for me as a married man, and I think we've all experienced it just as within our age group. There are days when I genuinely, I don't need a hug from a woman. I love my wife, but there's days when I don't need a hug from her. There are days when I need to go sit back to back, brothers on my back, and I just say, and I'm sitting there throwing grass or I'm throwing a stone, and I'm talking to him, and that brother's talking back to me, and whatever comes out, comes out. That doesn't need Christianity. That doesn't need the Nation of Islam. That doesn't need a system. And in terms of those religious entities, because
that's the brother that's next to you in the trench. That's what you're describing. The brother that's next to you in the trench when you need them the most.
But you see, Electro, as you say that, and this is right what I was getting to. Why is it that I can get out the trench and I can see Rush in the trench? And this is ultimately what I'm talking about. Even when I get times when I quote unquote attack the OF as the company, not the individual who profits from OF, whether male or female. Why is it? And I'm not trying to save nobody, because I've actually come to the understanding that I can't save anybody. But it doesn't take a lot from me to ask you a question to make you stop doing what you're doing and say, "What, bro, what did you just say to me? What did you just ask me?" Sometimes providing a space for other brothers to heal is not about what we can do to get them out of where they are. It's about appealing to their mind. Because man to man, brother to brother, I can't appeal to none of y'all intimately in that way. And y'all can't do that to me. So we can X that out. But as a brother who has a mind, I know I can appeal to Electro, who has a mind. I know I can appeal to Rush, who has a mind. Stan, who has a mind. Mr. Best, who has a mind. So are we willing to take that step week by week and appeal to each other's minds and say, hey, if you're out there, bring your mind, because your body's already wounded, whether you want to admit it or not. And I'm not concerned about that, because you see, the thing is this is actually something, as much as there's a sisterhood. And I think if we can all be honest for a minute, I don't know what Chocolate Earth is doing in the background. This might trigger her, but I don't believe that the sisterhood is what the sisterhood claims it is to be. Because the same way we men don't have the ability consistently to provide healing with each other is the same way that they don't have the ability to heal with each other. Yeah. So much so that I've actually seen women monetize a woman's past against her right out in public.
Trauma bond. There's money in trauma bond.
And what irritates me is because that is the woman that then is not what Rush was saying earlier. That is the woman. She's been hurt through situations. She's been hurt at home. She's been hurt on the job. She's been hurt in the church. And where she should have been able to come to one brother and get healing from him without him requiring anything from her, he's hurt. You see how this is all coming full circle now? Do we see this?
Yes,
we're
sir.
trying to understand. We're trying to understand courting and dating. And the men don't have a place to heal, and the women don't have a place to heal. Yet still, we're supposed to have. And I'm not talking against Red Pill, and I'm not talking against Manosphere. I'm talking about the mindset that believes it is what it is, because it's not. And I'm sorry to do this and go on a diatribe, but I just need everybody to hear me out for a minute. Because somewhere along the line of Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit, guess who was forgotten in all of this? The average guy who still doesn't know how to heal after listening to those podcasts.
Oh, you said a word there.
Guess who was left behind by the Kendra G's and so on? It's the average woman. It's like we really got to wake up right now, right here on this platform on 12 o'clock midnight East Coast, 9 o'clock Central Time West Coast. Wake the hell up. These people they are profiting from our inability to find places and retract to places to heal. Because guess what? Healing will naturally attract other healed people. But we're prioritizing entertainment. And the entertainment that we are prioritizing is giving us a Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole summary of what courting and dating should be. So there's a price tag on dating. You got to pay for my time. You got to have X amount of resources. And those people that are hurt saying this, because if Kendra G wasn't hurt, she wouldn't say some of the crap that she says. Likewise, if Fresh and Fit weren't hurt, they wouldn't pimp men the way they do. And this is what I'm saying when I say that we as men, we got to lift up a standard to say those type of men, they don't get to speak to the average man who needs a place to heal. They don't get to be the voice for the 18-year-old, for the 19-year-old, for the 20-year-old, for the 16-year-old, for the 15-year-old. Kendra G does not get to preach to my daughter. She does not get to preach to my niece. She does not get to preach to Stan's daughter. She does not get to preach to Chocolate's sisters. By no means necessary. Until they go find whatever they got to do to go healing, you're not gonna try and use my trauma to make you look like you're healed. And I'm not gonna allow you to do it. The Vogues of the world, the Cosmopolitan magazines, the Ebony magazines, all of these businesses have propagated themselves and their foundations based on our ability to find and want to find healing without them at the nucleus. And I'll even throw Tyler Perry into the mix because he ain't doing nothing for us neither.
Don't forget Oprah.
Oprah's already got a problem with me because Oprah's already got a problem with me. I'm still waiting for her to. I'm still waiting for her to answer for that. What happened at that girls' school when she pulled down $2 trillion that year tax free? I still want an answer for that, and I'm not letting that go.
I got an answer for you. Another day, another conversation.
I'm also going to stand on business, and like I said the other night, Shannon Sharp does not get to sit there with Ocho talking about that the years that they lost that they want to reclaim because they think that they can reclaim somebody with money. I'm not going to try and make an excuse for R. Kelly. I'm not making an excuse for Diddy. I'm not making an excuse for Jay-Z. And these people do not have a podium or a staple or a pedestal in my house, and they will not as long as I am not. And it's not about even being the head. I am the guard, spiritually and otherwise. And what I say this, and I go on this monologue to say this, because as long as I know Stan should know that I'm an insurance policy for his family. You see how this comes full circle? I've been able to be healed from certain things. And so guess what I'm going to do? Because I'm not all powerful to do it myself. I'm going to reach out to Mr. Best. Say, brother, you're healed. Come help in this work.
Yes, sir.
Chocolate, You're healed. Come help you. Even if we can all say we're not healed fully, Chocolate, come help in this work. Electro, come help in this work. Rush, come help in this work. Because we ultimately all want the same thing. We want a mass exodus from the trauma. And it's not Care Bears and it's, oh, the trolls, it's countdown to hug. No. We understand that back when you pray for rain, you better be ready to deal with the mud. We understand it. We understand that. But how many of us know that mud, trust me, it can be used for good.
We could turn to bricks.
Thank you. And so we've been getting swept under mud by people who's using the rain of our own trauma. And then we wonder why our community can't come together.
This is not to be facetious or funny, but that's an amen.
Amen.
Dude, that's an amen.
Amen.
Word. And Conrad, you know this, and Electro J, you know this too. You know, even once you even get and find someone that you're with, it doesn't get easy. It doesn't. It don't get easy.
No.
You know what
It
I mean?
gets harder.
Conrad, you know this. Yeah, we talked about this. We both lost children in our lives. You know what I'm saying? Like it get real. I've lost parents. I've lost a lot of different things. You know what I mean? It gets harder. And sometimes your spouse, you know, is not gonna be your refuge. He's right. Sometimes y'all gonna be on the brink of staying together or not staying together. You know what I'm saying? These are real things. Your health is her health or your health can go awry. These are real things. Money's gonna come and go. These are real things. Career's gonna come and go. These are real things. Resources are gonna come and go. These are real things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But it's as if you're willing to fight through it with the love that you have. Love is everything. Like the Bible says, love is everything. It's the spearhead of everything that we do and believe. You know what I mean?
Hey, can I add something real quick?
Yeah, I land there. I'm done. I'm done.
No, stay on 84. Because like what 84 and what 84 talked about was like the place I left, right? Like there was a lot of hurt. And I could have like took that hurt and gone through my eat, pray, love phase, which is a 304 phase for me. I didn't do that. I did that. Literally, I didn't do that. Now, mind you, 84 was I was helping out the single ministry organization, and a lot of people got married because I just opened up my home to people, and that was it. Guess what happened when I left the church? God still used me, and guess what my ministry was? Dealing with a bunch of divorced men, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but I helped a couple of them get jobs. 2 of them got married. Some people gone ahead and did mental health. Others went ahead and took better care of their children. And that's just being a friend while I'm still healing. I didn't go ahead and be selfish and stayed in the pain, be angry, and take it out on women and take it out on churches or anything else like that. Healing, it don't stop. Like it's ongoing. And even sometimes when I start thinking about those people, especially the one that always says his favorite line is they should be used to disappointments. I still pray for that person. If somebody negative come to mind, I have to pray for them because I'm like, why would God put this on my spirit? Because like for me, if I don't see you, I forget you. I have an ADHD. But if you popping up, there must be a reason. So I'm just go ahead and just pray and chop it up and keep it moving. But all that to say is like, you're still a ministry. Like you don't need to be part of an organization. God is going to use you. And read James chapter 1. It explains it. And that's what happens. And so I'm grateful God still used me while I was going through my stuff. And that's it. That's all I want to say. Oh, Conrad, you muted.
Conrad, you muted.
You're muted, Conrad. You're muted.
Yeah, I definitely want to hear what Chocolate got to say too. I know she got.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna come to her. But Rush been quiet and he been chilling. Like I know he been chilling.
Been waiting.
So I do apologize for that, Rush. I hope you didn't fall asleep, bro, because I know you came home from work too. And he's on the East Coast with me, so he could have very well fallen asleep. But as if I can say this boldly, right? There's when I say the aspect of healing, and Electro, this is for you, bro. I hope this can help you. I'm gonna share something with you guys. About maybe I think it was sometime last month. As it was actually at the top of April. One day I just woke up and I really couldn't. Like I went to work. I woke up, I saw my kids, I saw my wife, and I'm still battling with the remnants of it now. And the remnants of this is actually anger and it sucks because it's a hard fight for me to deal with internally. I woke up and I was immediately hit with a wave of depression that I didn't see coming. Immediately. And, I would love to sit there and say that it was the wave, I'm dealing with this internally. I'm dealing with the fact that it's money or it's job or it's, the fact that, the anniversary of my daughter's death is coming up and I miss my grandfather and, my grandmother's getting older and she's not breathing right and it's this and that and it's finding out certain things that Bess is pushing his way through and we're all pushing our way through. I would love to say that it was any one of those individual reasons. Until this day, I can't tell you which reason it was why this wave of depression hit me. And when it hit me, I remember being at work and fighting back tears to the degree where I just stopped fighting back tears. And you know what the world around me did? And I watched it do it because I actually I just wanted somebody to say, okay, yo, dude, are you okay? And that did not happen. And for some reason or another, I put on my WhatsApp status and people were reaching out to me. Hey, Conrad, can you be here? Hey, Conrad, can you do this? Hey, Conrad, could you do that? Hey, Conrad, can you help out with this? And I didn't answer nobody. All to this day, I still haven't responded to some messages. And I just put out, I say, yo, please pray. Please pray for me. People, yo, Conrad, what's going on? Yo, Conrad, this, Conrad, that. And my wife texted me and she said, what's going on? And I looked at that phone, Electro, and I was like, yo, I could sit there and say nothing as if I know you didn't just see the WhatsApp status. I took one big breath, bro, and I started texting and I said, I'm fighting depression right now. And my wife said, what? What do you mean? Like, what happened? What triggered this? And I told her, I genuinely don't know. And she said, there must be something. Is it work? Is it church? Is it home life? I said, it could very well be everything. Now, the response I got from her wasn't what I expected at first. And Electro, everything inside of me just said, hey, bro, put the phone down, just shut down and leave it alone and go back to work. And I looked at the phone and I said to myself, I have one chance to grasp one little ounce of healing right now. And I know I feel this hurt. I know I feel this wave. I feel this cloud. I feel this weight. But even if it's a little bit of healing right now, I'm choosing to run after that. And I said to her, it's not about being displeased with my life. It's about me being in a struggle, and a very big internal struggle with me that I have not gotten over for years. And now I'm 40, and the struggle is not as hard, but it's still there. And it doesn't mean I hate you. It doesn't mean I regret marrying you. It means I'm in a battle right now. I know I'll be fine, but I'm in a battle right now. And I have to acknowledge that I'm hurt, or I could end up releasing that in a way that is not conducive. And that wave is what I'm dealing with in this leg right now, almost a month and a half later. Because now that wave has given way to feelings that may not really be there. And that feeling is irritation and anger. And the reason why I'm saying this, and whether it's to Electro individually or the watchers at large, it is taking the step to say this is why I don't dismiss the opportunity to talk with y'all, but it's also why I do not dismiss the opportunity to pray without having to go to a brick and mortar church. Because also wrapped up in my hurt and that depression is a real feeling of, why have I not gained the spiritual freedom in those four walls that I thought I've been working for all these years? Do I feel like I'm used? Yes. Does that using feel like I've been abused? Yes. I don't need men at a church to tell me how to entice my wife to be more intimate with me. I know how to do that. She's my wife. I don't need other men in a group setting to tell me how to get my wife and turn her crazy for me. That's not my problem. My problem is that I've literally tried to hold up a cross that I believed was good for me to hold up. And the same people I was holding it up for ended up whipping me, and I've never recovered from that. And now I'm trying to recover. I'm trying to recover. And even that sometimes feel like it has to be put on hold, because now I got a wife, now I got kids, now I got responsibilities. So where do I find the space and time to heal? And some people might be like, what does this have to do with the topic? Again, I'll repeat it. Could you imagine a random man right now is having the same exact feeling, but he does not have an AirPod. He does not have a cell phone reception. His battery is dead, and he can't hear this conversation right now. Somebody's life is getting ready to be they're getting ready to absolve themselves from this earthly world because they don't have the fortunate opportunity to have this debate and have these conversations and go back and forth with like-minded individuals to say we all want a solution. We know we got to get rid of all this filth. We might not know the exact steps in the middle, but I'm at least willing to take one step and admit that I have an issue that is not conducive to a courting and a dating situation, and I would love for somebody to be able to help me through it. I had an encounter on Wednesday night with a brother that broke down in tears because somebody he loved didn't understand the level of love that he wanted and dedication that he wanted to give in that. And out of the midst of his misery of what he was feeling, guess what he ran into? Family. He ran into a family. He ran into a and so we have to have these conversations. And I know B Love wasn't speaking out against having a conversation like this, but we have to understand that these conversations, they don't get to have entertainment factor if people are going to be healed. There's a time and a place for that. But I can't help brothers heal, and brothers can't help me heal, and we can't help the sisters heal if we all just want to laugh all the time. We've got to be willing to put down the laughter sometimes and confront, and whether it's in the back chat or it's on a screen like this, if you feel to shed a tear, shed a tear. If you feel to say, yo, I don't need a brick and mortar church to ask somebody to pray for me, please. I might not be the prayer, I might not be a prayer person, but if you can pray for me, I'm definitely willing to accept it, because right about now, I just want to be healed. I want to find some semblance of peace. I want to get to a better day. I don't need it to be rich. I just need to be better internally, mentally, and emotionally. There is a weight that comes with conversations like these. And this is not no knock to any content creator. I just know my individual purpose and my space. And I understand that there's a responsibility that comes with conversations like these. We can laugh, but the laughing can't overtake the healing that needs to take place. And it's not going to happen when we're all arguing about, is the man the leader or is the woman the follower? What came first, the chicken or the egg? There has to be an understanding that healing takes revealing. I'll say that again. Healing takes revealing. And you don't got to reveal your body. What you got to do is take one step forward to say, this is what I'm dealing with.
Unfortunately, revealing is very sensitive, and it starts opening nerve endings. So, because I'm listening, I'm hearing everything you're saying, and it's like, wow. Because we're on the same spot there. We're on the same spot. My big thing is one of the reasons why, because my wife, we had this actually, Conrad, my wife and I had this exact same discussion today about, you know, I was very honest with her, and I told her, I'm still revealing stuff to you.
Mm-hmm.
We've been together for 17 years, and I'm still revealing stuff to her.
Mm-hmm.
I told her that's how bad it was. That I can't. I can't lay all that on you at one time.
That's the thing.
I can't do that. I have to wean you onto it so you understand the experience. I told Elizabeth, the little girl I call my daughter, I told her, when you get into a relationship, I told her like this: you don't have to tell your man you love him. You don't got to do this. You tell your man, and you look him in his eyes, and you tell him, I see you. You look at your man, and you tell him,
Say that again. Say that again, OG. Say that again, OG.
Yep. Say that again. We gonna clip that.
And I told this little 18-year-old girl that, and she understood what I meant. That's how come I want to bring her here and hang out with all with everyone that's, especially Chocolate. Really, I mean, Chocolate and Melissa. I want her to learn from these two women for sure. You know, but that's what I told her. You tell your man you see them, you see what they're sacrificing, you see what they're worth, you see them, and I trust me when I tell you the man will appreciate you for that.
Hey,
100%.
I just want to put this out there real quick. Because like August is a tough time for me, because August 2017, that's when I almost wanted to leave this earth, right? And I do have to speak on it because one thing that we learned in those three things we learned in therapy. If you ignore it, it comes back. Number one. Number two, this thing is a disease, and the way this disease wins is for you to follow through. Number three, when I was in the therapy, mind you have to go every day for 3 weeks and still keep a job and still serve at church. We all learned something from everybody that was in group therapy. There was a moment where we were going to go on the decision, and God did something right then and there to change it. And for me, it was that somebody didn't come into work, and I had to stay at work over a graveyard. And my coworker stayed with me because he saw something that was different. And I had to call the doctor, and I got sent to the doctor, and I was taken care of right then and there. But that was like other people, like the car didn't turn on, and it was a brand new car. Other people, like the kid is autistic, and the kid called 911. It was like so many things that was happening to all of us, where it was like, yo, there's like God put somebody there to turn you around. So I need people to understand, like, oh, it's bigger than the feeling. Like, it is a disease. And when somebody's depressed, it's like, yo, just stay with them, help them out, and just know, like, it's nothing that anybody done. It just feels like a weight that's not yours, and you just wait for it to leave, and you try to do other things because you don't want it to win.
Facts. That's facts. That is facts. That is 100. Rush, you sleeping or you there? Rush is out.
Yeah, he's knocked out.
Rush knocked out. That's all right though. No, that's, you know what the thing is?
Can we pray? Because I don't want
No.
us to leave.
We definitely. I was. Thank you for confirming that, because that was in my heart. I just I didn't want anybody to feel like they were forced to endure that. But if I can say this, and I don't know what this is gonna mean to anybody.
Okay. Yeah.
Man, holy Moses, man. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, I don't know what this is gonna mean to anybody, but well, you know what? I'll say it like this:
Take
for
your
those who
time,
can,
bro. Take your time. We here. We got you. Take your time.
for those who can, it doesn't matter. I don't need you to believe what I believe. I don't need you to pray like I pray. I don't need you to be me. I need you to be you. Unfiltered, hurting, angry if you're angry. Whatever your you is right about now, I need you to be you. I'm inviting everybody under the sound of my voice, and this live stream, when it's done tonight, I'm going to purposely put it private, and then I'm going to re-upload it as an individual video. Because this 4 hours can never be planned, which means somebody somewhere is getting some aspect of healing, comfort, and this is your therapy. And I understand that, because this was not my in plan and intention tonight. I could have never planned for Electro coming up here and sharing the way he did. I could have never planned for Rush and everybody coming in and sharing the way they did. And I could have never had guessed that we would culminate from the starting point of trying to dissect in a very basic way if this generation understands dating and courting, to coming to a basis where we are now actually outlining in a long way to say that there's a lot of healing that has to take place before we can ever see real results in dating and real results in courting. So again, I say this, I don't need you to believe what I believe. You don't got to pray. You don't got to do nothing. I'm inviting you right back here on this channel tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm inviting you for an hour of prayer. I don't need you to pray. You don't need to go on camera. You don't need to join a link. You want to stay in the chat. If you have a request, whether you believe or not, I'm just asking you to show up. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 seconds, whatever you want, just show up. The link for prayer will go up within an hour after we finish this live stream. Because some of you don't have money for therapy. Some of you don't have coverage for it. And this conversation over 4 hours tonight, if you're here live, has done more for you than some certain things and services, even in your local community. I understand and don't understand that all at the same time. I also understand the weight of responsibility, and I'm not going to act like I can carry it by myself. So as I'm about to pray, I'm not just praying because it was a request. I'm praying for each and every one of our individual families and everything that is connected to the upkeeping of those families. I'm praying for the state and the well-being of our mind and our hearts that have been marred and riddled with bullets called trauma. That every once in a while, just when we think we're fully healed and over it, a thought comes and we realize that bullet still has that graze and it still hurts. I'm gonna pray for marriages. I'm gonna pray for our children. And you know what's funny, Electro? I'm a stepfather too. And my 12-year-old, I've had to watch her endure so much things. And so I see you, brother. Stan, I see you, brother. Rush, I know you're sleeping, but I speak this into your subconscious. I see you, brother. My sister, Chocolate, I see you. Mr. Best, I see you. Everybody that's in the chat, I see you. We see you. We see each other. We don't see each other as decrepit individuals trying to call out for some fictitious or fantasy lifeline. No. Because whether the government admits it or not, it's stuff like this that they're hoping that would happen. So they don't got to pour out extra money on services to get people into spaces where they can heal and people will pray for them and not pray on them. God, I thank you for tonight. I thank you for today. God, you know every person by their name and by their creed. You know what brought them here for this 4-hour conversation from every part of this world, not just this continent, this world. God, I lift up marriages, I lift up individuals, I lift up mothers, I lift up fathers, I lift up caregivers, I lift up financial burden bearers, I lift up those who are even partakers of trauma. And as you have kept me when I couldn't keep myself, as you've made a way of escape for my brothers and my sisters when they couldn't find the nearest door, I pray with all earnestly. I pray with all intention that you would do for all of us now what we can't do for ourselves. that without four walls of brick and mortar, lights, and loud sounding instruments, that you would move for us when we can't move for ourselves, that you would be our strength. And if the only testimony is I made it one more day, then that in itself speaks to your power. God, we pray for first responders that are struggling with depression. We pray for mothers and fathers that are trying to heal a generation, even though they themselves do not have the space, time, or even the strength to find a place and a moment to heal. We pray for those that have been abused. We pray for those that have been used. We pray for those who have been mistreated. We pray for those that have been discarded. God, it is not easy to admit that we battle with depression, yet we pray to you. God, it is not easy to admit that there are some days when I question your closeness. We don't do this for likes. We don't do this for views. We do this out of an earnest search. We do this out of an earnest heart that wants to dump off the ashes of trauma so that we can be better fathers, better mothers, better daughters, better brothers, better sons, better sisters. We pray for our women, not just one ethnicity, not just one culture, but we pray for women that God, you would even protect them from themselves. For pain is a deceiving drug. And a compass without a magnetic core. God, your word said that our heart is desperately wicked and exceedingly deceiving. Above all, who can know it? Help us when we can't help ourselves. And at this time, I pray for this community, the community of Intellectual Soapbox, the community of the Village, the community of The Real Real, the community of QOC. God, that you would, through these men and women, affect a change in this world, affect a change in the communities, and provide comfort through men and women like us. God, I believe you for all things, though it may not be possible for me. I believe you for all things. I believe you when it's good. And though my heart and my mind tell me otherwise, I believe you when it's bad. You didn't promise us perfection in situations that we are in. You promised us that you would always be there. And if we found ourselves at a place When our earthly mother and father have forsaken us, you promised us, God, that you would keep us and hold us and you would take us up. By that, many of us have been adopted into your grace, into your redemption, and into your love. God, I pray for those who have been so used within four walls that they don't know how to see you. God, I pray that as you have revealed yourself to me, you would do the same for them. God, what has happened here tonight, we couldn't construct it, we can't build it, and we can't duplicate it. But God, I thank you for every person that is on this live stream right now. I thank you for these brothers. I thank you for these sisters. I thank you for their strength and everything that is for them. I pray for that. I pray for open doors. I pray for expansion. I pray for increase. I pray for healing. I pray for peace. I pray for love. I pray for unity. I pray for community. Uphold these brothers and sisters. God, this is my family. These women, these men, these are my brothers and my sisters. God, for anybody who's watching this afar off, we pray for them. We put them before you. We ask you to keep them when they don't even want to be kept. When they're so used to cycles of sabotage, cycles of trauma. Be the driving force in them that moves them away from it and leads them to healing as you see fit. I thank you for hearing us now. In Jesus' name I say, amen.
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 Brothers and sisters, I thank y'all for being here tonight.
Yep.
I'm not going to keep you. I love you all. And Mother's Day is fast approaching. And for those that won't be eating dinner or busy anywhere, we want to do something special for the mothers. There is a plan. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but as that approaches, those who know, they'll probably be able to figure it out. Those who don't, just be here. Electro, it was good to meet you, brother. Like you said, we've passed back and forth on different panels, but never really been directly introduced. I love you, man. Keep on pushing.
I appreciate you having me up here. It's been. I always have a good time with anyone that I meet that's even remotely associated with Smitty. Why is that? Why is that? I met World through Smitty. I met Cash through Smitty. I met most of these people through Smitty and World. And I've had nothing but a good time. I've had nothing but a good time.
That's a blessing, man.
Just don't judge me on my channel because I want people to see my growth. So I leave every video from 2007 up to now so people can see, hey, people change.
Oh,
hey,
bro.
Hey,
There's
keep
no
in mind,
judgment. Change is good.
Yeah, Electro. Keep in mind what I said earlier. For you to be a saint, you gotta be a what?
Sinner.
That's facts. That's facts. Yo, Rush, I know you're sleeping, but salute to you, brother.
Chocolate.
Oh, you still there?
Chocolate. I said
man.
I want you to. I want
Wow.
Elizabeth. I
I'm
want
here.
Elizabeth.
Yeah.
I want Elizabeth to talk with you and
Oh yeah,
Melissa.
sure. I'm honored
Elizabeth.
that you want me to talk to your that's your loved one and that you have that much respect for me and the things I say that you
really
want
do.
me to talk to
You
your
have
family
your
means a
own
lot to me. So.
Chocolate. You have your ministry. We're guardians, okay? You have your ministry.
I do not.
Trust me, I ran
am
away.
registered. I can
Look,
can marry anybody across the country. Like
Look,
I'm
I was
registered.
Jonah,
Like y'all
and
want to see?
I was
They gave
Jonah,
me.
and
I'm
I'm
Reverend.
Yo, I'm gonna say this on live because I really mean this. Conrad and Chocolate, I gotta get y'all show together on my network, please.
Oh, what?
Yeah, because y'all can get that male and female perspective from a mature perspective. That's gonna be bomb.
I'd be afraid
If y'all
for
would
you.
allow me, please. If y'all would allow me.
Chocolate.
Conrad,
Hey.
Man, they afraid.
I'm already locked in.
Sorry.
I'm already locked in. Let's do it.
I'm gonna be
Chocolate,
honest,
don't be
bro.
like
You,
Jonah.
well, you
Don't be like
already met.
Jonah. God gonna make you do it. Look at
I'm
me. I haven't
afraid
gone
to
to
have
church and still
anybody.
making ministry work.
I'm
gotta
afraid
fix
to have
the shirt.
anybody from this community come over to mine because my community is so damn toxic. It really is.
And you know what? Electro, let me help you out
I
with
can
that.
take you
for it?
around. You want a tour of the ghetto? And this on YouTube on our side too.
Oh,
Bro, not one
Stop
part
it.
of YouTube.
Electro.
Oh no, wait. Now I
Electro,
let
drop the link in the
y'all
back
been
chat.
talking.
Oh man, seriously, because I'm part of the boxing community, the YTBC, the T sector. It's like, oh my god, you
And
know.
we got.
Let
Do
me
you
tell
know
you something.
Conrad got a WWE channel coming? Do you know that Conrad about to have a WWE channel?
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I used to be called one of the
Oh,
four
what, like
horsemen with somebody else. We
fighting?
did
What are we
that.
doing?
Conrad's about to do
Double
what?
in the 80s.
WWE channel.
Okay,
That's
hold
what
on. I
we
gotta say
clips.
this, and then y'all got it, gentlemen.
Okay, go ahead, Chocolate.
I just want to say that, you know, even as a woman, as a Black woman in America, it's a mother. It's a different life. There's not another experience like it in the world, just like for you guys. There's not a man on earth that can compare themselves to what we've gone through as men and women in this society, whether you're white, Black, poor, disabled. If any part of your life was put in a position where you had to then depend on our social setup, trash every time. A F. And you know what? This was way for me, way before the internet. I used to go to the doctor with my father when he would go to the VA. That used to break my heart. And seeing them men and women, but it would be. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000. It was majority of men that were alone, and this was in the 90s. If it wasn't for my mother, how she was about my father, he'd have got doped up or shot up with some craziness because they don't care, right? So this is why I say I come from a place of being around men all my life, to the place where not just in passing, not just once in a relationship. I've had to end friendships with men in my life the same way I've had to end friendships with the women in my life. Because for me, it's about who you are here. Who are you when the lights are out? You don't have to convince me. And this is why I say men don't give themselves grace. And I want to give you guys your flowers for what you displayed tonight. I don't mind sitting in the back if my brethren are having a positive conversation. It ain't that I feel, oh, as a woman, I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't no man. I don't want to do that. I feel bad for y'all. I'm gonna keep it 1,000. I always have. I've always felt like men have made men be the biggest suckers on the planet by advertising life in a way that makes y'all competitive on purpose. And then they lie to you and say, it's natural to be competitive. It's natural to be aggressive. It's natural to fight. There's nothing wrong with dealing with your external. But again, going back to just what I witnessed tonight,
Mm-hmm.
I want to see more of it. And whatever I got to do to be a part of that, to make it happen, I will do that. I don't have to be up here. I don't have to say nothing. I have a young Black man that I have had the honor of raising.
Mm-hmm.
Now that don't instantly mean I like all Black men or brown men. Everybody don't get an in. Let me just say that real quick. Chocolate still chocolate, okay?
You
What
have
I'm
a heart.
saying is that over my lifetime, I've met some amazing men. I have met some bum ass bums. I have met rich men, smart dudes, nerds, gamers. I mean, they everywhere. Because if, as you being a woman and you ain't looking like a tooth, yeah, everybody gonna talk to you. You know, everybody gonna tell you their story because they think they got a chance. You know what I mean? So hey, whatever. But you learn a lot. What you looking at me crazy for, Stan? You know what I'm talking about.
Could it be?
See, that's what I said.
Could
Y'all
it
don't
be?
want my
Hold
input
on,
on
hold
this.
on.
just
Let
I'm
me,
gonna give
let
you
me just give
credit.
y'all the flowers.
You have a gift, and they're drawn to you because they're opening up. You have a
The
gift.
gift
That's a
is
gift.
hitting the lottery. The gift is hitting the lottery. I am just a crazy person that likes helping community. Like that's pretty much it.
But also,
I
they
don't
know
see
they're.
it like I don't see,
But I'll say
and it's
this
not
for
that
a
I
lot
don't
of
feel
men.
like self-worth or
Yeah.
anything. I just don't think what I'm
But chocolate,
doing
I
is
gotta share
that
this with
like
you. I gotta share this with you. You ready for it? A
what's up,
lot
what's
of
up, yo.
a lot of us men have gone through growing up as aid, and a lot of times men don't like talking to women because they're scared and they're terrified. So for a man to be open and to share what's going on with him and to trust that you're not going to treat them like the other women have in their past, because even if you did
Can I
talk
pause
about
you
it to a
right
social
there?
worker,
Now hold on real quick. I'm gonna ask
yeah,
you a question because this is perfect that you said this. Pause right there.
yeah,
He has to feel safety and
hmm
trust
yeah.
and vulnerability, right? This is what we don't teach our boys and we don't teach our men. And we
Oh, but you ready
encourage your
for it?
toughness. And
But here's the
yes,
thing.
you're a human. No, Stan, stop. We are human beings. We have the
Yeah,
capabilities of doing anything. And if for those of you who are up here, I duly respect it that you follow the Christian religion. Are you considered a curse? No. You're supposed to help each other. That's all through the Bible. Even when they was fighting.
but you know what,
And you
chocolate?
said,
Same.
ain't no but. Stop. Nope. I listened. Nope.
No, I
No,
agree
there's
with you.
no but.
And I just
I'm
said
about
the
to give
same.
you something even sweeter. I got a point.
Mhm.
So while I was sitting back here and I was telling my sister about what I was hearing, and then y'all started praying. So I just had one eye closed, but I was still in the prayer, but I was still working because I wanted to finish up before y'all, before we left, because I wanted to share.
Mama, I love you. P.O.P. Hold it down.
Yeah, that's my girl. On one. Okay, anyway. So I'm sitting here thinking, and I'm like, okay, so those who do know, I'm a complete geek. I love AI. I'm learning how I can incorporate it into my life as well as my businesses and my community without it seeming evasive, right? So I learned a new coding program today. I just finished learning all that good fun stuff. So I said, well, let me go to I go to one of the AI chats like Chat OpenAI or DeepSeek, or there's so many now. Anyway, um I sat here and took everything y'all said and turned it into a program in a matter of seconds. Like the thought that y'all gave me was we need free counseling for our brothers and sisters. That is how we get them in. We can, hold on. Black folks poor. When you look at the dynamic and what's getting ready to go down, people are going to need mental health help more than ever as we get closer and closer as we go into the summer, going into the winter. But the point of it all is this, gentlemen. I sat here and created a whole website in under 60 seconds and a program that has questions and everything, and it's conversating with me. And I'm like, well, what you think about this? Because what I said is, how can I create a telemedicine business? But I don't have to have a degree or anything in that at all. So it's all virtual. You match up with Black doctors, male doctors. You match with the type of person, and you start out slow. You get a few sessions free. What's wrong with it? And there's money. I also found the grants and everything like the whole time. I'm back here working. So it's possible. Yes,
Girl,
I
you are a whole problem, girl. And that's a good, like, that's a good. I'm saying it in a good way. That's slang for you, but holy
y'all
Moses.
crazy. Y'all no, I'm serious.
Thank you for doing
Like for
that.
real. But I
Make
want to
sure you
help Black people. I want to help Black men. Because again, I told my brother, you don't have to move out. You ain't got to worry. Me and my sister got my brother because he's a commodity. And I don't want him in somebody's prison, hospital, jail, shit, and not even college now. I'm happy he an introvert. He do his stuff online. But outside of that, I am very aware of the scariness of what is taking place around us. Black folks gonna need help with therapy or crime gonna go up. So you better let Pookie get this free session so he can talk about his mama so he ain't out here throwing bricks and busting up your house. Or the man that want to beat up on his partner, he can call a brother. Hey dog, she pissing me off, dog. Hey, we need it. We did
You're right.
it. I don't care how hood you are. I don't care how straight laced. We need it for our Black and brown men. You are not excluded. Y'all call each other what you want. Anybody that ain't white is Black to me in certain instances because we all got the same situation popping off at the roof of this cake. Now there's plenty of different pathways, baby, but we all got the same problem. Okay, anyway.
So like we'll call them light skinned Black. Super light skinned.
They don't talk about light skinned people.
Hey,
look,
be ready to have.
it took me a long time to get a tan. Okay? You don't judge.
Would we call that Caucasian caucasity? Is that what we call it, Caucasian caucasity?
White chocolate.
Whoa,
no, white chocolate.
White chocolate. Hey, Chocolate Earth, have that link to that website ready to go next week. I already have a therapist that we can link them with online. And I'll do that work in the background. So I have that link ready to go out next week.
If I could just have 1 minute to say something, because I always say it before I leave.
Go ahead.
I think World already knows what I'm about to say because I said it on his page a couple times. Listen, to those of you watching, if you have it within your heart to help somebody less fortunate than you, you don't have to give money. You don't have to dig deep. Sometimes all they need is an ear.
Yep.
Sometimes they need a shoulder.
Facts.
Sometimes all they need is your time.
Yep.
And a big titty hug. I'm sorry, can I say titties?
if you
Just saying.
if you could just
somebody.
help somebody less
With
fortunate
respect,
than
man.
you,
Yes, man.
not only does it
No,
do your soul
medically. I'm
good,
sorry.
yeah, not only does it do your soul good, but it helps them out too. And I know I sound redundant. I do it all the time. I do it every one of mine, and I do it
Nobody's
whatever
thinking
I
that,
go to.
sir. Talk.
But
Anybody? Who cares what?
try to help those that are less fortunate than you.
No, we
Anyway,
need.
with that,
Can
But
I
hey,
tell
I
you,
got
Electro? I dated so many unfortunates. They need help out here. We have,
I'm
you know
one
what I
of
was
them.
thinking? We should
I
do
lucked
it
out.
like
Trust
one.
Bye,
Can we
chocolate.
do it like the
Everybody.
puppy commercial? Can y'all help me? Like, will y'all get me some single
Stan,
dudes
later.
to be the pictures by
Oh,
Okay.
Stan?
I
And be like,
will
hold
remember
up an angel, right? That's it.
Yo.
For $2 a
Yo,
day,
Mr. Best, what did we walk into?
you can help a brother.
I'm used
You
to this
can
though.
help
I'm
a
used to this.
brother.
Okay.
God bless.
Black
Hey,
and
guys, it
brown
was great
brother.
being up here. Thank you, Conrad
Yes,
Chocolate. You know
yes.
I love you, baby. And,
Oh,
Hey, I
and
much
put my
Rose,
love.
link.
you
Hold on, real quick. I put
brother.
my I put my, if y'all still up, feel like running your lids, I'm gonna be up anyway because I'm doing like B-roll for these other animation things I'm doing. So
I don't know.
as soon as
I
we done, I'm gonna
gotta
jump on
do.
live here. It's in the back.
I gotta get my Puerto
Okay,
Rican.
hold on. Let me grab that right quick.
My Puerto Rican women
I'll
gotta go to
come through.
bed.
So you see.
Okay. Oh, no, I
I need
got
some
you.
Spanish food, OG. OG, I need some
I'll see
Spanish
you guys
food, man.
later.
Yeah.
Later,
Bye.
OG.
I'm trying to tell
All
you.
right, later, y'all.
Better men's
Chocolate.
health.
I'm gonna tap. Chocolate. I'm gonna grab some food and then I'll be in your chat for a bit.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, come on through. All right, then, y'all. See you in a
All
little
right, guys.
bit.
Oh, for
Love you
sure.
guys later.
Love y'all. Peace. Yo, I'm gonna do this for Rush because he's knocked out right now. As we all depart, y'all have a good night. But I this is how we gonna end it right here.
Mama, I love you. P.O.P. All the time.
P.O.